Welcome back to the channel. If you love stories where the female lead doesn't just fight back, she fights smart, then buckle up, because today I've got the perfect story for you. As soon as Victoria opened her eyes, she was slapped hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. Intense pain swept through her body, and she collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood. She struggled to lift her head, her vision blurred by blood. A figure flickered before her, then rapidly enlarged in front of her. The man grabbed her by the collar, dragged her up from the ground, and raised his hand high, about to slap her face again. Victoria's half-closed eyes suddenly turned fierce. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's hair, pulling him forward while slamming his forehead with all her might. With a loud thud, their heads collided, and the man screamed before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Victoria wasn't much better off. She was sitting on the ground, seeing stars, and it took her more than 10 minutes to come to her senses. When her vision cleared, she found herself lying on the living room floor. The living room lights were off, with only the electronic candles holding a Buddha statue on the wall emitting a blood-red light that illuminated the messy surroundings. The tables and chairs were shattered into pieces, and the vases were broken into pieces all over the floor. The most eye-catching thing was the LCD TV not far away, with a kitchen knife carved into the screen, the blade gleaming coldly in the night. 2 or 3 meters away, there was a man lying there, his body reeking of alcohol. Blood kept flowing down his forehead, soaking his cheeks and hair. Considering that continuing might cause him to go into shock from excessive blood loss, Victoria endured the excruciating pain, turned over, and struggled to crawl to the sofa. She climbed a distance of 3 or 4 meters, panting heavily and covered in cold sweat, leaving a shocking trail of blood on the floor in her wake. Touching his phone on the sofa, Victoria dialed 120 with trembling hands. While waiting for the ambulance to arrive, she leaned back on the sofa. She fell into a thought. She, Victoria, is 28 years old this year. She has been married to her husband, Victor, for 6 years, and they have a son, Leo. Victor comes from a single-parent family. His father died early, and he was raised by his mother. He has a sensitive and irritable personality. After marriage, he often beats Victoria over trivial matters. After being beaten and bruised, she filed for divorce. She tried to persuade her to stay, but to no avail. When Victoria went back to her parents' home, he went to her family's house with a can of gasoline and threatened to kill the entire family if she dared to divorce him. Fearing she would implicate her parents, Victoria had no choice but to compromise. Married for 6 years and subjected to domestic violence for 6 years, Victoria reported the incident to the police, sought help from the neighborhood committee, and even took the matter to Victor's company. Despite trying everything, she still couldn't get rid of him. One day, Victor drank too much at a social event. When he got home, he beat Victoria again, committing a violent act before falling asleep in a drunken stupor. Victoria lay in a pool of blood, realizing that she could never get rid of this man in her life. Filled with despair, she grabbed a brass ornament from the cabinet and smashed it against the sleeping Victor's head until he was covered in blood. Victoria was sentenced to 8 years in prison for intentional homicide and eventually died in prison. After recalling past life events, Victoria rolled up her sleeves expressionlessly, revealing 3 black wounds on her wrist, marks left by the domestic violence. Victoria thought for a moment and knew what she wanted: to protect her father Henry and her mother Nora and son Leo, and in this life she also wanted to ensure the abuser receives the punishment he deserves, and she also wanted to rescue herself from this domestic violence life. Lowering her sleeves, Victoria closed her eyes and carefully processing her past memories. When she opened her eyes again, a hint of excitement flickered in them. This is a deadly stalemate. Since someone has to bleed and shed tears to break the deadlock, why can't that person be Victor? Before long, the sound of an ambulance siren grew louder as it approached. Victoria struggled to crawl over and open the door. As the medical staff lifted her onto the stretcher, she turned around. Her mother-in-law, Rose, wearing pajamas, stood at the door of the second bedroom, looking at her with a calm and indifferent gaze. Victoria stayed in the hospital for a week. During this time, Henry and Nora called, and Victoria truthfully told them about her hospitalization. The elderly couple rushed to the hospital and saw that their daughter was covered in injuries, with stitches in her forehead. Upon hearing the details of her injuries, the hot-tempered Henry immediately changed his expression and angrily went to confront Victor. "Dad," Victoria called out to him, "you're no match for Victor. If you go to settle scores with him barehanded and something happens, what are Mom and I supposed to do?" Henry's face turned ashen. "I'll call your cousins to come with me. I refuse to believe we can't teach this beast a lesson." "And then what happened after he taught you a lesson?" Victoria asked. "Did he take out the anger he got from you on me and beat me even more severely?" Henry roared, "Divorce. Divorce him right now." "Do you think I don't want to?" Victoria said calmly. "I've brought up divorce with him many times, and every time I did, I was beaten half to death. Victor is a madman. He's capable of anything when he's enraged. If a real conflict breaks out, it's either him or me who will die, and it might even implicate you and Mom. It's not worth risking the lives of your whole family for someone like that." In her previous life, Victoria was also worried about these things and didn't dare to tell her parents that she was being abused. It wasn't until she killed Victor and turned herself in that her parents learned what she had gone through in the past 6 years. Henry and Nora were heartbroken. They sold their car and house and traveled around to fight the case for her. Finally, they managed to get her death sentence in the first instance reduced to 8 years in prison. But Victoria, who was heartbroken, did not survive until her release from prison. She died of illness in the 4th year of her imprisonment. As Henry recalled the frequent news reports of marital murders in recent years, with many women being killed during the divorce cooling-off period, and even their entire families being wiped out, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As ordinary people, they can neither afford to provoke nor avoid such a madman. Henry was both anxious and heartbroken. "Then what do you suggest we do? Are we just going to let him hit you?" "I already have a way to fight back," Victoria reassured. "Victor has threatened me with your safety many times. If you want to help me, you can't become my weakness to exploit." Henry hesitated and asked, "What should we do?" "Leave here, go somewhere else for a while, and come back after I've settled things." After a long silence, Henry and Nora met Victoria's resolute gaze and nodded with difficulty. A week later, Victoria was discharged from the hospital. Henry and Nora ran around handling the discharge procedures, while Victoria changed out of her hospital gown in the bathroom. Looking at the tall, pretty woman in the mirror, whose cheekbones were prominent from years of domestic violence, she smiled slightly. Victoria will make Victor repay you tenfold for the humiliation and torment I have suffered." Victoria washed her face, walked out of the bathroom, and saw a tall figure standing by the hospital bed. The man was wearing a white shirt and iron-gray trousers, with his suit jacket draped over his arm. When he reached for the luggage that Nora had packed, he revealed the sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist. "Victor." Victoria narrowed her eyes. Victor turned around and met her gaze. He gave her a nonchalant smile and said, "Are you feeling better? I've come to pick you up from the hospital." Victoria looked him up and down. Victor is 30 years old this year, 1.8 meters tall, with single eyelids and a high nose bridge. His facial features are not particularly outstanding, but clothes make the man, and a well-tailored suit accentuated his tall and straight figure. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he looked every bit the professional elite. He exudes a strong aura of a hypocrite. Before Victoria could speak, Henry and Nora, who had gone to handle the discharge procedures, returned. Upon seeing Victor, their expressions both changed. Especially Henry, who clenched his fists, wishing he could rush up and beat him up. Victor, however, acted as if he hadn't seen them and greeted them with a smile. He picked up the luggage with one hand and took Victoria's hand with the other, his tone carrying a hint of fearlessness. "Victoria, let's go home." Victoria said goodbye to her parents at the hospital entrance and got into Victor's car. The two remained silent the entire way. When the car stopped in the parking lot of the residential area, Victor didn't get out of the car. Instead, he rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. He spoke only after he had almost finished his cigarette. Your parents know? Victoria didn't hide anything and unbuckled her seatbelt without making a sound. Victor stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and suddenly slapped Victoria across the face without warning. Why did you have to bring our issues to your parents' door? Victoria had noticed his movement long ago and leaned back to dodge, but Victor slapped the back of the chair. He was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting that his wife, who had always been submissive, would dare to dodge, and even manage to dodge successfully. His face darkened, and he grabbed Victoria by the collar, pulling her close. Have you lost your mind? Victoria touched the glass ashtray on the center armrest. Meeting Victor's gloomy gaze, she smiled instead of backing down. Are you sure you want to fight me here? Victor glanced ahead and saw two young mothers pushing strollers with their babies. Noticing the commotion, they kept glancing over. What are you afraid of? Victor sneered. Over the years, every time you were beaten, the way you howled like a banshee, who in the neighborhood doesn't know about our family's mess? Victoria thought for a moment and said, that's true. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly grabbed the ashtray and smashed it hard against Victor's face. With a dull thud, Victor's head was hit to the side, and he immediately let go. He seemed stunned by the blow, his expression blank for a moment, then he covered his mouth and coughed. When he opened his hand, his palm was covered in blood. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Victor flew into a rage, grabbed Victoria's hair with one hand, dragged her roughly across the central railing, and slapped her hard across the face. Victoria lost sensation on half of her face after being slapped and tasted the blood on her tongue. Ignoring the force that seemed to tear a piece of her scalp off her head, she lunged at Victor, her long fingernails poking straight into his eyes. To strike a snake at its vital spot, one must understand that since her body was not as tall or strong as Victor's, she could only rely on her years of experience in jail to fight back. As the saying goes, the tough are afraid of the stubborn are afraid of the fearless, and the fearless are afraid of the reckless. To deal with a crazy person like Victor who is fearless and has nothing to lose, you have to be even crazier than him. The fight between the two caused the car to shake violently, interspersed with occasional cries of pain. A mother who was walking her child outside saw the scene of the fight inside the car through the windshield, and the two looked at each other in disbelief. Just as they were hesitating whether to come over and break up the fight, a loud crash came as an ashtray smashed against the windshield, shattering the glass into a spiderweb pattern, and the commotion inside the car ceased. Half a minute later, the passenger door opened and Victoria, with disheveled hair, got out. The wound on her forehead, which had not yet healed, burst open, staining half of her face red with blood. There was a clear choking mark on her neck. Despite her disheveled appearance, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Meeting the worried gazes of the two new mothers, she smiled and said, "It's nothing, just some marital fun." Two mothers. The two women, with speechless expressions that seemed to ask, "Are you all right?" hurriedly pushed the stroller away. Victoria tidied her messy hair, picked up her luggage from the back seat, and walked towards the house. After walking a few steps, she seemed to remember something, took a few steps back, bent down and knocked on the car window. The car window rolled down, revealing Victor's disheveled face. Half of his face was swollen, and blood was flowing from his right eye. He was clutching his head where a piece of scalp had been torn off, wincing in pain. "Honey, there are 2 packages at the Signal post station. Remember to pick them up," Victoria said with a smile. "I'll be waiting for you at home. Victor." Watching Victoria's departing figure, Victor slammed his fist on the steering wheel, a sense of unease rising inexplicably in his heart. Why is Victoria no longer afraid of him? Back at home, Leo's grandmother Rose was feeding him. When Victoria walked in with her face covered in blood, she seemed unfazed and casually picked up the remote control to tune to Leo's favorite children's channel. On the contrary, 3-year-old Leo immediately reached out to his mother, who had been missing for a week, and asked her for a hug. "Sweetie, Mommy's going to wash her face first." Victoria put down her luggage and went into the bathroom to clean her wounds. Victor returned before the blood on his face had even been washed off. Soon, Rose's exclamation came from the living room. "What happened to you? Who beat you up like this?" Victor didn't know what he said to Rose. When Victoria opened the door and walked out, Rose was standing at the bathroom door, looking at her coldly. "How dare you hit my son? What's wrong?" Victoria feigned surprise. "Can't we fight? He's your husband. How could you lay a hand on him?" Victoria laughed. "Mom, aren't you someone who doesn't care about these things? Victor usually hits me, and I've never seen you say anything, so why do you react so strongly when I playfully tease him a little?" Rose was taken aback, her face turning even uglier. "My son works hard to earn money. He's the one who supports the whole family. What's wrong with hitting you a few times, you?" Before she could finish speaking, Victoria kicked her in the lower abdomen. Caught off guard, Rose was kicked and staggered back a few steps before falling to the ground, shattering the baby bowl in her hand. "Just because you've worked hard, you can hit people?" Victoria looked down at her. "I've worked hard too, bearing and raising children for this family. You can't hit him, but you can." Rose was stunned for a few seconds, then clutched her stomach and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Victoria, you dare to hit me? You bitch, you dare to hit me." Victor, who was in the bedroom looking for the medicine box, heard the noise and quickly came out. Upon seeing Rose being beaten, his expression changed drastically, and he grabbed a chair and rushed towards Victoria. Victoria slipped into the kitchen next door and quickly closed the door. Soon, the sound of banging on the door came from outside, accompanied by Victor's curses. "Victoria, come out. Let's see if I don't mess with you today." He mustered all his strength and pounded on the kitchen door 5 or 6 times, making it teeter on the verge of collapse. His wife's move to hide in the kitchen gave Victor a sense of control. "See, this woman is still afraid of him. As long as she's afraid of him, he can continue to manipulate her." This idea excited Victor. He swung the chair high, ready to burst open the door in one go, grab the woman, grab her hair as usual, and slam her head against the wall. "Keep hitting her head until it bleeds." Suddenly, the kitchen door opened from the inside. Victor only saw a flash of cold light before a kitchen knife came crashing down on his face with lightning speed. Victor's hair stood on end, and his body reacted instinctively. He immediately staggered back a step, the blade almost grazing his nose as it slashed down. Victoria's attack failed, but Victor's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at Victoria. He was certain from that last thrust that Victoria intended to kill him. Has she gone mad? I always knew how to control myself when I hit her. The worst time I hit her was only to keep her in the hospital for a little over a month. I never thought of killing her. But she went straight for his life with her first move. When did she become so arrogant? Moreover, does she even know what the consequences of murder would be? Rose was also terrified by Victoria's actions and screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Victoria glanced at her, then with a flick of her wrist, used the blade of the knife as a slap, striking Rose hard across the face and knocking her to the ground again. "Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll make an example of you." Rose. After dealing with Rose, Victoria turned to look at Victor. Victor was still holding the chair when Victoria stared at him with an excited yet eerie gaze. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake with its tongue flicking out. The two were locked in a stalemate for 3 seconds before Victor reacted first. He threw the stool in his hand at Victoria, and taking advantage of her dodging, he rushed forward, grabbed her wrist, snatched the kitchen knife, and threw it far away. As soon as the threat was over, Victor grabbed Victoria by the neck, dragged her in front of him, and said through gritted teeth, "Victoria, are you asking for a beating? Believe me or not, I'll kill you." Victoria was being choked and couldn't breathe, but a defiant smile played on her lips. Who dies first is still uncertain. After she finished speaking, she hugged Victor's waist and bent her knee to thrust hard into his groin. With a blood-curdling scream, Victor collapsed to the ground, his legs bent inwards, clutching his groin and convulsing uncontrollably. Rose was stunned. She looked at Victor helplessly, wanting to reach out and help him up, but afraid of aggravating his injuries. She could only call out to him in vain, "Son, son, how are you?" Victor was in so much pain that his forehead was covered in cold sweat and his vision was blurring. He managed to squeeze out a few words through his teeth, "Call an ambulance." The ambulance arrived quickly, and Victor was rushed to the hospital. Rose accompanied him, and the house immediately fell silent. Victoria turned around and looked at the messy living room. The walls were riddled with dents and pits, the tiles underfoot had several cracks, and the furniture was replaced every few days. Like the original owner of the house, Victoria's family was exhausted and scarred by years of domestic violence. Finally, Victoria's gaze fell on Leo, who was intently watching TV on the sofa, and her brows furrowed. Leo is acting strangely. Whether it was seeing her face covered in blood when she entered the door, or facing her parents fighting each other with knives, Leo remained calm. He remained calm to the point of taking it for granted and finding it unsurprising. However, Victoria thought again that Leo, born into such a family environment, was probably already used to violence and insults. In his subconscious, this way of interacting with his parents was normal. It's one thing to be indifferent to domestic violence, but the real fear is that Leo, influenced by what he sees and hears, will grow up to use violence to solve problems as well. Leo was also O'Hare child, so she has to put some efforts into correcting this child in the future. Thinking this, Victoria began to tidy up the living room, righting the overturned tables and chairs, sweeping up the broken porcelain, picking up the kitchen knife and putting it back in its place, and also wiping the dust off the cabinet. As she finished wiping, her gaze fell upon the Buddhist shrine above the cabinet, where a kind-faced Buddha statue was quietly gazing at her. Victoria stared at it for a while, then reached out and took the Buddha statue out of the shrine, picked up Leo's Ultraman toy and stuffed it in. Such a vicious mother and son should not insult Buddha. That evening, Henry and Nora called to tell Victoria that they had moved away from the local area and were staying temporarily at a relative's house thousands of miles away. "Change your phone number too," Victoria instructed. "Don't answer calls from unknown numbers." Given Rose's personality, after suffering such a great loss, she would definitely complain to her in-laws. It's best not to let Henry and Nora know what she's going to do next. The next morning, before Victoria got out of bed, there was a clattering noise coming from the living room. She opened the bedroom door and saw that Rose had returned and was packing things that Victor would need for his hospital stay. Rose was furious. She packed up a few clothes and toiletries, making a fuss as if she were about to tear the house apart. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Victoria coming out of the bedroom, and she began to make veiled accusations. What sins did this family commit to marry such a jinx? Not only does she rely on us for everything, but she also beats her husband and mother-in-law. Aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? Old one, if you have a spirit in heaven, you must protect my son and me and make sure we are safe and sound. Quickly take those heartless and despicable things to hell. Victoria slowly walked to the dining table and poured a glass of water. "Did I hit you too lightly yesterday? You still dare to bark here today?" Rose was taken aback, then angrily retorted, "You want to hit me?" Victoria finished drinking the water and put down the cup. "Would you like to try?" Rose immediately fell silent, recalling the fierceness with which she had wielded a kitchen knife to chop at Victor yesterday. Victoria chuckled and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Rose stared at her retreating figure with resentment, the spot on her stomach where she had been kicked yesterday, still throbbing with pain. The thought of her son lying in the hospital in excruciating pain filled her with rage. She grabbed a glass of water from the table and smashed it hard against the back of Victoria's head. If this attack succeeds, it will be enough to give this crazy woman a hard time. Victoria could see Rose's movements clearly through the reflective glass door of the sideboard. She tilted her head slightly, and a water glass flew past her ear and shattered with a crash. She turned around, squinted at Rose, taking in the changes in her expression from shock to fear to bewilderment, and then quickly walked towards her. The moment Victoria turned around, Rose realized something was wrong. When Victoria stared at her with cold eyes, a chill ran down her spine. As soon as she saw Victoria coming, she turned around and tried to run away. Victoria rushed forward, grabbed Rose by the back of the head with one hand and twisted her arm with the other, slamming her face down onto the dining table. With a dull thud, Rose's cheek, which had been swollen from being slapped yesterday, made intimate contact with the dining table, and she immediately cried out in pain. Rose, no matter how fiercely I fight or how badly I argue with your son, that's just between us. At most, you're guilty of not raising him properly and being negligent. I don't intend to hold you responsible, but if you stand up for him, I don't mind dealing with you too. Rose's face felt like it was being branded on a red-hot iron plate. The pain made her grimace and turn pale. Hearing Victoria's words, she looked at her with resentment. My son works hard outside every day to earn money, and you do nothing at home. What's wrong with hitting you a few times? Speaking of this, Victoria's wrist scar suddenly felt burning with pain. She slapped Rose across the face. I do nothing at home? Who gave me the right to be unemployed? Victoria originally worked at a bank, but took leave after becoming pregnant 4 years ago. She wanted to return to work after giving birth, but Victor abused her every few days, and she often had injuries on her face. Moreover, she frequently took leave to be hospitalized, which delayed her work. She was called in for talks by her superiors several times, and unwilling to cause trouble for others, she resigned voluntarily. Besides, have I been idle at home these past few years? Pregnancy, childbirth, childcare, housework, I did it all. Victoria held Rose down with one hand and pulled out a fruit knife from the fruit plate with the other. It seems you can't see the violence Victor inflicted on me, nor can you see my efforts over the years. Since your eyes are useless, then donate them. After saying that, she raised the knife and stabbed it directly towards Rose's face. Rose watched helplessly as the knife tip pierced down, the fear of death engulfing her. She struggled and screamed wildly, but her strength was no match for Victoria. With a clang, the blade grazed her cheek and embedded itself firmly in the solid wood dining table. Rose's pupils suddenly contracted, and she felt a sharp pain in her cheek. She shakily reached out to touch her face, and her hand was covered in blood. Her heart convulsed violently a few times, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Victoria released her hand in disgust, watching Rose slump off the dining table and fall to the ground. She took a tissue to wipe her hands, and when she turned her head, she saw that Leo had woken up at some point and was standing at the bedroom door holding a plush toy, looking at her expressionlessly. Victoria paused slightly, then subtly moved 2 steps to block Rose. You're awake, Victoria said. Go wash your face, then we'll go out with Mom in a bit. Leo responded and turned to go to the bathroom, without even glancing at Rose, who was lying unconscious on the floor. Not long after, the mother and son went out together. Victoria had arranged to meet a boxing coach today. Victoria has some combat experience. However, her body was not up to par and was weak in both physical fitness and reaction speed. She needs to improve her physical fitness as soon as possible so that she won't be at a disadvantage when she goes head-to-head with Victor again. The meeting with the boxing coach went smoothly. A boxing lesson cost 800 yuan, and Victoria swiped her card to buy 40 lessons at once, starting from the basics that very day. For the next week, Victoria took care of her child while attending classes and trained at the boxing gym until she was exhausted every day. On the 8th day, Victor was discharged from the hospital. When Rose helped Victor into the room, Victoria and Leo were lounging on the sofa, watching variety shows and eating takeout. Pizza, fried chicken, and cola filled most of the coffee table. Upon seeing Rose with bandages on her face and Victor, who had to walk with his legs tucked together, Victoria raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, you're back. Victor's face darkened at her words, which were clearly tinged with schadenfreude, but he was mindful of her crazy temper when she attacked him last time, so he could only suppress his temper and move to the other side of the sofa to sit down. Pour me a glass of water. Victoria did not move. Victor got angry and raised his voice. Are you deaf? Get me a glass of water. Victoria then looked at him. Are you talking to me? Otherwise what? Victoria tossed the half-eaten chicken wing back into the lunchbox, slowly straightened up, took out a tissue, and while wiping her hands slowly, looked at Victor. If you don't know how to speak properly, I can teach you. Victor felt a chill run down his spine when she stared at him with her icy gaze. He weighed the current situation. If he wasn't confident he could take this woman down with one punch, given her ruthless fighting spirit, he wouldn't have the upper hand. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and turned to Rose, saying stiffly, "Mom, pour me a glass of water." Rose's facial injuries hadn't healed yet, and there was still a large bruise on her forehead. She had been looking forward to her son being discharged from the hospital for the past week, so she could give Victoria a good beating and vent her anger. Seeing Victor's discomfiture, she frowned, gave a nod, and turned to go into the kitchen. After fiddling around in the kitchen for a while, Rose brought out a glass of water. When Rose handed the water glass to Victor, she deliberately chose an angle that blocked Victoria's view and quickly gave Victor a wink. Victor paused slightly and took the cup of boiling water. The image of the submissive Victoria from the past and the woman in front of him who was at odds with him kept flashing through his mind, and the resentment and anger that had accumulated during his week in the hospital were suddenly brought to a new level. He wanted to teach this woman a lesson. Beat her until she's scared. Beat her until she has no strength left to resist. The thought grew wildly in his mind, even making Victor temporarily forget the pain in his groin. The moment Rose stepped aside, he suddenly splashed boiling water on Victoria's face. If you burn her blind, she'll be completely at your mercy. Victoria appeared relaxed, but in reality, she had been watching Victor's every move out of the corner of her eye the moment he entered the room. When the boiling water was splashed on her face, she nimbly rolled over, intending to dodge it directly. But Leo was sitting right next to her, and if she moved away, the boiling water would inevitably scald the child. So when she got up, she also picked up Leo. This action made her tired, and she couldn't dodge in time. A small amount of boiling water was splashed on her arm, and a sharp pain immediately came from her arm. Victor was taken aback, not expecting that she had dodged it. Victoria put Leo down, patted him, and said in her usual tone, "Go back to your room and close the door." Leo glanced at Victoria, then at Victor, sensing the tense atmosphere in the air. He nodded, picked up a can of cola, and went into the bedroom. Victoria then rolled up her wet sleeves, revealing her scalded arm. Within minutes, a string of tiny blisters had formed on her arm. She lowered her sleeves, met Victor's somewhat nervous gaze, and suddenly launched an attack, grabbing a glass of water from the table and smashing it violently into his face. Victor knew things were going to go wrong the moment his sneak attack failed. As the water glass came flying at him, he instinctively reached out to block it. The cup smashed against his wrist, and he screamed in pain. Before he could react, the hair on the back of his head was grabbed, and his body was dragged up by a brute force. A tearing pain shot through his scalp, and the next moment, his face slammed heavily against the sofa armrest. Stars flashed before his eyes, and a sweet, metallic taste filled his mouth. He coughed and spat out 2 front teeth. Seeing this, Rose screamed and lunged forward, trying to drag Victoria away. "You bitch. Let go of my son." Victoria turned around briefly and slapped her to the ground, then turned back to focus on dealing with Victor. Victor was hit with a series of blows. When he saw the 2 prominent teeth lying in his palm and felt the soreness of his front teeth leaking air, the veins on his forehead bulged. Fueled by anger, he slammed Victoria, who was beating him mercilessly, aside with red eyes, grabbed a toy car from the side, and smashed it down on the back of Victoria's head. Victoria dodged to the side, and the car flew out, crashing into the wall with a loud crash. The wedding photo on the wall fell down and shattered into pieces. Amidst Victor's curses, Rose's screams, and the tremendous noise of furniture being smashed, the two engaged in a tremendous fight. The fight was more intense than ever before. Someone knocked on the door, but the faint sound was drowned out by the noise of smashing and looting. When the fight finally stopped, the whole house looked like it had been hit by a typhoon. A deep dent was smashed into the living room wall, glass shards and missing pieces of tables and chairs were scattered everywhere, torn down cushions were strewn about, and there was almost no place to step on the floor. Amidst the chaos, another knock came at the door. Rose, who was huddled in the corner, quickly got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, 2 local police officers stood outside, followed by 5 or 6 neighbors who had come to watch the commotion, all craning their necks to look into the house. "We are police officers from Lianhua District Police Station. We received a call reporting a fight at your home." The officer glanced at Rose's swollen cheek. "Is that true?" Rose burst into tears and tearfully accused, "Yes, that tigress almost beat my son to death. Arrest her immediately." She stepped aside to make way, and the policeman immediately went inside. Stepping over the messy floor, the policeman looked at the 2 people sitting and standing in the chaotic living room. The man's mouth was full of blood, his lips and nose were swollen and deformed, his shirt was almost torn in half, and there were several bleeding wounds on his shoulders and back. The woman leaned against the locker, her hair disheveled, with bruises on her neck from being pinched. Her expression was unreadable as she slowly rotated her wrist and snapped it back into place. The older police officers were experienced and could tell from the wedding photos on the ground that the couple was having a fight. To his surprise, the man seemed to be the one at a disadvantage. That's quite rare. The police began their routine procedures, asking both parties if they needed medical attention or assistance. Victoria spoke first. "Officer, there's no need to trouble yourself. Every couple argues. They say that couples fight in bed and make up before they get out of bed. We can handle this little thing ourselves and not waste police resources." As soon as she said this, Victor glanced at her, seemingly surprised that she would take the initiative to smooth things over. Before Victor could even speak, Rose burst into tears, wailing, "No way. This woman beat my son like this. We can't let this go. She even hit me. Officers, look at this." Rose showed her face, which was covered in old and new injuries. "She did all of these. I'm going to sue her for intentional assault. I want her to go to jail." "Mom, are you sure you want to make a big deal out of this?" Victoria did not deny Rose's accusations. She said seriously, "We can resolve family conflicts internally. Taking it to the police station and leaving a criminal record will affect Lulu's chances of going abroad and taking the civil service exam. As a grandmother, don't you think about your children and grandchildren at all?" Rose was stunned, clearly not expecting it to be so serious. Her face turned pale and then red, and she was very conflicted. On one hand, she didn't want to let Victoria off so easily, but on the other hand, she was worried that it would affect Leo's future. After hesitating for a while, Rose glanced at the neighbors watching the commotion outside the door and quickly came up with an idea. She suddenly sat down on the ground, pounding her fists on the floor and wailing at the top of her lungs. "My dear husband, how could you be so heartless? You left us, a widow and her child, so early. We're already looked down upon, and now even our daughter-in-law is bullying us. She's been cheating on us while our son is away on business, and she even brought her lover home to have sex with him." As soon as these words were spoken, the neighbors who had been watching the spectacle exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Is Rose trying to ruin her reputation because she can't sue her? She could already imagine how quickly this sensational scandal would spread, causing her to lose face in the neighborhood and suffer social death. Victoria turned to look at Victor and saw that although he frowned, he did not refute her. Sure enough, this mother and son are birds of a feather, both equally vicious and despicable. However, if she were to be defeated by such underhanded tricks, she wouldn't be Victoria. "Mom," Victoria interrupted Rose, who was still vividly accusing her, and calmly said, "That's enough. So many neighbors are watching. Don't you know that family scandals shouldn't be aired in public? I've already promised that the child will definitely be from your family. What more do you want?" Rose was caught off guard by her words and stared in disbelief. What? Besides, doesn't Victor bear any responsibility for this? Victoria looked at Victor. He's taken so many medications, but his impotence hasn't been cured. I'm not even 30 yet. I can't live a life of widowhood forever, can I? Victor was suddenly pinned on such a huge accusation, which concerned his male dignity. He was furious and struggled to get up from the ground. Pointing at Victoria, he cursed, "Victoria, who the hell is impotent? Try spouting nonsense again." "All right." Victoria pressed his hand down and comforted him. "Calm down, let's not argue anymore. You've already ruined your health by taking those drugs, and you can't even beat me. What if you get sick from anger?" Victor's face turned deathly pale, and the veins on his neck bulged. I know you're upset. Here's what we'll do. As long as you don't mind me dating other people, I will absolutely not bring up divorce." Victoria adopted a conciliatory stance. "Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Leo. The child is still young and can't be without her parents." "Victoria." Victor was so angry that his chest ached terribly, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He swung his fist at Victoria. "I'll fucking kill her." Hey. What are you doing? What are you doing?" The policeman quickly stopped him and warned, "If you make another move, you'll be going to the station." These words successfully intimidated Victor, who trembled all over and swallowed his anger. Husbands and wives should talk things out. Fighting hurts feelings and wastes money. The policeman, who had been forced to listen to the gossip, began to mediate. "Look at all this broken furniture. How much will it cost to replace it?" Victoria replied, "It's okay. My husband may be impotent, but he earns a lot of money." Seeing that Victor was about to break down again because of her words, the police officer stopped him while glaring at Victoria. "Don't cause trouble." Victoria then shut up. After being reprimanded and educated by the police, Victor reluctantly agreed to a settlement. As soon as the police left, Victor stared at Victoria with venomous resentment. "You really cheated on me?" Victoria knew what he was up to. He was simply trying to smear her and put psychological pressure on her from a moral standpoint because he couldn't win an argument or a fight. He would seize the moment she showed any fear and use it to mentally pressure her. "Whether I cheated or not, you should ask your mother," Victoria said calmly. "After all, this came from her." "You better not have," Victor said viciously. "If you dare to cheat on me, I'll kill you." "Don't worry." Victoria stared straight at him. "I don't have the habit of two-timing. Even if I want to find someone new, I will wait until my current marriage is dissolved before looking for someone openly and honestly." Victor gritted his teeth. "Want a divorce? You're dreaming. No divorce." Victoria smiled slightly. "I'll wait until I'm widowed." "Victor." After Victoria returned to her room, Rose brought over a first aid kit and looked at Victor sheepishly, saying, "Son, let's treat the wound first." Victor glanced at her, his expression grim. "Mom, don't make up those baseless stories in front of outsiders next time. No matter how bad Victoria is, she's still my wife. It was Mom's fault for not thinking things through. I won't do it again next time." Rose quickly admitted her mistake. At that time, all she could think about was humiliating Victoria and making her lose face in front of the neighbors. She never expected that this scoundrel would not only be so shameless, readily taking the blame, but also shifting the blame onto Victor. The mother and son have really shot themselves in the foot this time. Rose had never suffered such humiliation before. The thought that in the future, when the neighbors talked about their family, they would think of the son's impotence, the daughter-in-law's infidelity, and the grandson seems to be an illegitimate child, made her feel even more resentful. No, she couldn't sleep at night because she was so angry. Rose's mind worked quickly, and she soon came up with another idea. "Son, this can't go on. That woman is practically taking advantage of us," Rose said in a low voice while treating Victor's wounds. "We have to think of a way to teach her a lesson and let her know who's in charge of this family." Victor rinsed the blood from his mouth, wincing in pain from the cold water. "How do I treat her? She's like a mad dog right now, and my injuries haven't healed yet. I'm no match for her. We can't confront her openly. We need to use some special methods." Rose whispered a few words in Victor's ear. "If we succeed, she'll be stuck at home and at your mercy." Victor had a sudden thought. He squinted and pondered for a while before nodding. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Victoria went back to her room for a nap, and when she woke up, it was already dark outside. She walked out of the room. The living room had been cleaned up. Victor was sitting on the sofa with his arm in a cast, using a tablet to process work emails despite his disability. He went to the hospital to get his teeth fixed, and now his lips are swollen like sausages, his forehead is wrapped in gauze, and his once fairly regular facial features are distorted, making him look like a fathead fish. The newly replaced television was playing the evening news, and the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Rose was preparing dinner, and the home, weathered by the storm, exuded an eerie tranquility. Victoria has always had a strong sixth sense, and she sensed an impending storm brewing from this calm. Neither mother nor son are easy to deal with. After being humiliated in public and beaten until she was covered in bruises, they will definitely not let her off easily. Victoria poured herself a glass of water, casually walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down, glancing at the cast on Victor's arm. "Did you break a bone?" "Yes, a fracture." "Then you need to take good care of yourself and make sure there are no long-term effects." "Good." The two exchanged a few calm and polite words, and then Rose came out with the dishes. Upon seeing Victoria, she immediately smiled and said, "Daughter-in-law is awake." "Wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." Victoria's right eyelid twitched, and her gaze fell on the dining table. 6 dishes and a soup. Today's dinner is so lavish it feels like a last meal before death. "Okay," she replied, standing up and saying, "I'll go call Leo." Before long, the family of 4 sat around the dining table, and Rose served Victoria a bowl of soup. "Here, Victoria, drink more." Victoria looked at her with feigned incomprehension. "Mom, what are you up to now?" Upon hearing this, Rose's smile faded, and she raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. "Victor spent half the day doing ideological work with me today. I know I was wrong, and I shouldn't have treated you like that before." "Oh." Victoria looked at her exaggerated acting and adopted an attitude of being willing to hear more. "You're the daughter-in-law of this family. We are family. I was too harsh on you before and said many things I shouldn't have said. I know that you were heartbroken by me, which is why your personality changed so drastically. Don't worry, Victor, and I won't hold what you did these past few days against you. I've thought it through. For Victor's sake, for Leo's sake, and for this family, I will treat you like my own daughter from now on. I also hope you can live a good life with Victor and stop fighting." "Oh." Victoria drawled out the last syllable, then smiled with emotion. She grasped Rose's hand, which was resting on the dining table. "Mom, it's so wonderful that you think this way. I promise you, I will treat you like my own mother from now on. Isn't it all about acting skills? As if no one else can do it." Rose got goosebumps when she was gripped by her hand, and her expression stiffened for a moment. She subtly withdrew her hand and pushed the chicken soup in front of Victoria. "Try it quickly. I specially bought an old hen and stewed it for more than 3 hours." "Thank you, Mom." Victoria picked up the bowl and brought it to her lips. Just as her lips were about to touch the chicken soup, she suddenly looked up and, sure enough, found that Victor and Rose were staring straight at her with nervous expressions. "It seems the problem lies in this bowl of soup." Victoria put down her bowl, and Rose immediately asked, "Why aren't you drinking? Is it not to your liking?" Victoria pushed the soup bowl in front of Victor. "You are a patient and need to nourish your body more than I do. You drink it. There's more here." Rose quickly moved the soup bowl back to Victoria. "You drink yours, I'll get him another bowl." Victoria stared at the fragrant soup for a few seconds, then fed it to Leo. "Son, come on, drink this soup. Grandma made it especially for you. It's so delicious." Confused, Leo opened his mouth to drink, but Rose panicked and quickly overturned the soup bowl. "Don't drink it." The soup bowl was turned upside down on the table, shattered into pieces, with soup spilling everywhere. Victoria looked up and gazed meaningfully at the mother and son opposite her. Meeting her knowing yet insightful gaze, Rose and Victor felt a chill run down their spines. "It's over. They've been exposed." "Speak," Victoria said calmly, leaning back in her chair. "Do you want to try to get a lenient sentence by confessing, or do you want me to use torture to extract a confession?" Victor felt a chill run down his spine, but stubbornly replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. Playing dumb is pointless. The evidence is still on the table." Victoria tapped the table with her finger. Next time, come up with a smarter trick. This trick is outdated. Even melodramatic soap operas don't use it anymore. Victor, let me guess, if I get drugged, what do you plan to do to me? Victoria said with a smile. Will you blind me or break my legs? Make me a complete cripple so you can control me from now on. Victor's heart raced, and his expression grew increasingly grim. TSK tisk. Victoria shook her head. How wicked. Who came up with this idea? Upon hearing this, Rose visibly tensed up, and when Victoria's gaze swept over her, she lowered her head guiltily. Victoria looked at the increasingly pale mother and son, chuckled, and picked up the broken porcelain bowl on the table, slowly playing with it. Neither of you will admit it, huh? Then I can only. Victor's nerves tightened at her threatening gesture, and his wounds immediately throbbed with pain. He blurted out, What do you want? Victoria smiled slightly. If you finish this pot of soup, I won't hold it against you. Victor suddenly stood up, his facial muscles twitching with anger. Victoria, don't push your luck. Is this going too far? What do you call your act of drugging people? Victor's chest heaved violently, and his gaze at Victoria was so fierce that he wished he could tear her apart alive. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then Victoria waved her hand and said, Don't look at me like that. Since it's a multiple-choice question, you have the right to refuse the soup. These words made Victor even more wary. He had a premonition that refusing to drink the soup would have even worse consequences. He stared intently at Victoria, his muscles tense, fearing she might suddenly launch a sneak attack. Victoria slowly ladled out a bowl of soup. While Victor was distracted by her actions, she suddenly kicked him under the table, knocking him to his knees. Victor was caught off guard, his knee hit the floor, and the pain shot up his spine to the top of his head, shaking his whole body and causing him to feel dizzy. Before he could react, Victoria quickly circled behind him, grabbed his throat with one hand, and poured the soup into his mouth with the other. You can refuse to drink the soup, but I'll feed you. Victor's teeth were pried open by the soup bowl, and he gulped down a third of the chicken soup, spilling the rest all over himself. Upon seeing this, Rose screamed and tried to rush over to pull Victoria away. As soon as she approached, Victoria grabbed Leo's small fork and shoved it into the dining table with a clang. Rose trembled as the memory of being threatened with a knife by Victoria that day returned to her. She immediately covered her cheek and took several steps back, her eyes filled with terror. Victor, who was being pinned down, had eyes that were about to burst with rage. He desperately tried to pry Victoria's hands off his neck and break free. As he struggled, Victoria felt a sharp pain in her arm. She looked down and saw that Victor's fingernails had scratched her arm until it was covered in blood. She frowned, a hint of impatience rising within her. She pried Victor's hand off the ground, pulled over a chair leg, and stomped it on the back of his hand. Victoria fed Victor most of a pot of chicken soup until he became confused, then let go of his hand and let him fall to the ground. She disgustedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw Leo sitting at the dining table. She slapped her forehead. She forgot to get rid of this kid before she started. He was also made to witness the scene of the violence. Lulu, go back to your room. You're not allowed to come out unless I tell you to. Leo was obedient. He responded, jumped off the chair, and left. Victoria took a shower, changed out of her clothes which were splattered with chicken soup, and came out of the bathroom. Rose was kneeling on the floor, sobbing softly while wiping the greasy floor with a towel. Victor was dragged to the sofa and lay down. He was already unconscious. As Victoria walked over, Rose immediately tensed up, staring at her intently, afraid that she might do something else to Victor. Fortunately, Victoria only leaned closer to check on Victor's condition. Seeing that his breathing was even and his heartbeat was stable, she turned to Rose and called out, Mom. Rose's brain felt like it had been tugged. This medicine is good. It's potent, but doesn't harm your health. Where did you buy it? Victoria asked sincerely. Send me the link. Rose. Victor was unconscious for 36 hours before slowly waking up. After regaining consciousness, he had no strength at all and his head was throbbing with pain. He slowly sat up, turned his head to look at his reflection in the window glass. His forehead was wrapped in gauze, his face was so swollen that his features were unrecognizable, his arm was in a cast, the back of his hand was wrapped like a rice dumpling, and another of his newly fitted front teeth had fallen out. He looked as pathetic as a drowned dog. Victor clenched his fists involuntarily. Why did things turn out this way? Why did Victoria, who had been completely subdued by him for the past 6 years, suddenly start to rebel? And every time he made a move, she could directly target his weaknesses. And how dare she? He was merely exercising his right as a husband to discipline his wife. What right did she have to resist? Victor was filled with pent-up frustration, with nowhere to vent it when the door creaked open and Rose entered. Seeing that Victor was awake, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "How are you? Is anything bothering you?" Victor glanced behind her and asked instead of answering, "Where is she?" She took Leo out. Rose's eyes reddened as she spoke of Victoria. She sat down by the bed and whispered, "Son, why don't you divorce her?" Victor's eyes widened immediately. "Impossible. If you two don't divorce, she'll beat you to death sooner or later." Rose cried. "That woman has no humanity at all. She's so ruthless every time she hits you, and we can't beat her." "Stop talking. I'm not going to divorce her," Victor said irritably. "Being unable to beat her is only temporary. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll see how I deal with her." Rose hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Victor said impatiently, "What else do you want to say?" "How about we go to Henry's house?" Rose said cautiously. "Didn't you threaten her with her parents before?" "She fell for that." "As long as we find her weakness, she won't dare to be so arrogant anymore." Victor paused. He was so angry he completely forgot about that. The couple had been married for 6 years when Victoria could no longer endure his domestic violence and ran back to her parents' home several times, only to be forced to return each time he threatened her parents' lives. "If I do the same thing again, am I still afraid of not being able to subdue her? She's not afraid of death, but she can't just disregard her parents' safety, can she?" Thinking of this, Victor disregarded the pain in his body and immediately got up, saying as he dressed, "Mom, go and get that can of gasoline from the storage room." Victor took the can of gasoline and drove with Rose to the neighborhood where Henry and Nora lived. When they got downstairs, Victor didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he took out the can of gasoline, filmed a video of himself downstairs in the community, and sent it to Victoria. But the other side didn't reply for a long time. Victor grew impatient and made a phone call. When Victoria received the call, it was during the break in her boxing practice. "What's up?" Hearing her breathless voice, Victor immediately asked suspiciously, "Where are you?" Victoria asked honestly, "What happened at the boxing gym?" "Victor, I sent you the video." Victoria opened the WeChat chat window, watched the video, and gave a cold smile, "Threatening me." Victor became smug. "It's not too late for you to admit your mistake now. Then go ahead and burn it. Arson can get you several years in prison." Victor was taken aback and was annoyed by her arrogance. "You don't even care about your parents' life or death?" Victoria hung up the phone immediately. Victor stared at his phone screen, his anger rising steadily. He picked up the can of gasoline and said to Rose, "Let's go upstairs." When the mother and son arrived at Henry and Nora's door, Victor knocked for a long time, but no one answered. However, a neighbor heard the noise and opened the door. "Are you looking for old Henry?" "They've moved away." Victor was taken aback. At the same time, he realized why Victoria was not threatened by him at all. It turned out that she had already moved Henry and Nora away. That woman. Victor's temples throbbed with anger. He stared at the closed door, his evil thoughts growing wildly, and he unscrewed the cap of the gasoline can, ready to pour it on. Hey, what are you doing?" A female voice interrupted, and Victor paused in his movements. He turned around and saw a middle-aged woman, around 50 years old, standing in the corridor more than 10 meters away, looking at them with a puzzled expression. Rose was the first to react. She lowered her voice and said, It's Victoria's Auntie Stella. Victor immediately remembered that Auntie Stella lived on the 8th floor of this building. He had seen her 2 or 3 times and did not like this gossipy and meddlesome woman. Seeing Auntie Stella approaching, Victor had an idea. He immediately put down the gasoline can and went to greet her, his voice filled with grievance. "Auntie, have you seen my father-in-law and mother-in-law?" Auntie Stella only recognized Victor when she got closer and was startled by his disheveled appearance. "What happened to you? Who hit you?" Victor subtly and precisely conveyed to Auntie Stella that Victoria's personality has changed drastically. "She abuses me every few days, beating me and my mother so badly that we dare not go home," using the injuries on his body as evidence, which made Auntie Stella so angry that she slapped her thigh. Victoria is really going too far. Who beats their husband and mother-in-law every day? How can anyone live like this? Victor sighed. "Auntie, we had no other choice but to come here. We wanted Henry and Nora to help persuade Victoria, but they're not here. You're also Victoria's family. Could you ask other relatives to come forward and mediate? It doesn't matter if he can't contact Henry and Nora. He can make a scene in front of their relatives and put pressure on them through others." The older generation cares a lot about saving face, and he didn't believe they could continue to cower in the face of so many relatives pointing fingers and gossiping. After finishing her boxing class, Victoria received a call from Auntie Stella, who asked her to come over in a serious tone. She and a group of relatives were waiting for her at home. Since Auntie Stella and Henry's family lived in the same neighborhood and combined with the video Victor sent, Victoria immediately understood the situation. Unable to find her parents, he went to Auntie Stella's house, hoping to expose her in front of her relatives. Knowing Auntie Stella's knack for smoothing things over, Victoria had a plan in mind. She handed Leo over to the boxing coach to look after temporarily and drove to Auntie Stella's house. Before coming, Victoria had prepared herself mentally, but when she stepped into Auntie Stella's house and saw that the room included Auntie Stella and her husband, her second uncle and aunt, her fourth aunt's family, 5 or 6 cousins, and even her nearly 80-year-old maternal grandfather, she still paused slightly. It seems that the atmosphere of victimhood was effectively conveyed by Victor, as all her relatives looked at her with strong condemnation. Victor and Rose sat on the sofa with more than a dozen relatives, forming a scene of a joint trial. Victoria walked in calmly and greeted each of her relatives. Auntie Stella spoke first. "Victoria, what happened? Your nephew-in-law said you often beat him." Victoria glanced at Victor. Victor shuddered dramatically, adopting a completely victim-like posture. Victoria sighed. "Yes, I was wrong about this." As soon as these words were spoken, not only the relatives, but even Victor and Rose were stunned. They thought Victoria would refute and defend herself, or even smear him like she did in front of the police and neighbors that day. He could take the opportunity to escalate the situation by portraying himself as a victim and get relatives to put pressure on Henry and Nora, forcing them to come back and discipline their daughter. As long as they show up, he can regain control of Victoria. Unexpectedly, Victoria admitted it without saying a word. This time, Victor was at a loss. Auntie Stella was also taken aback. After realizing what had happened, she scolded Victoria. "Why can't you talk things out? Why did you have to resort to violence and beat him up like this? He's your husband, not a stranger." "Auntie is right, I know I was wrong." Victoria admitted her mistake sincerely. "It was an impulsive act. I regretted it as soon as I hit them. I came here today to apologize to Victor and my mother-in-law in front of everyone. I promise I will never lay a hand on them again." As she spoke, she gave Victor an apologetic look. Victor perceived that look as provocative, and his anger flared, but he had to force himself to calm down. "I don't believe you. You said the same thing when you beat me up and sent me to the hospital last time," Victor accused, his eyes red. "But you kept beating me even after I was discharged, and you even beat my mother. I can't trust you anymore." Upon hearing this, Victoria revealed an impatient expression. "Then what do you want?" Victor immediately seized on the flaw in her words and shouted, "Is this how you admit your mistake? Auntie, everyone, she's acting like this in front of you all. She'll beat me up again when we get back. Rose also started crying. Auntie, please help us. It's bad enough that she beats my child and me every day, but she does it in front of the child. The child is so scared that he has nightmares every night. The whole family has to live in fear of her. We can't live like this anymore. Please have some compassion and contact her in-laws to come back and handle this. If this continues, I'm afraid my son will be beaten to death by her. Upon hearing this, the relatives all began to condemn Victoria. Fighting in front of children is absolutely outrageous. What kind of grudge could lead someone to beat someone up like this? Exactly. How come I didn't know she was like this before? Victoria, do you know that domestic violence is illegal? Auntie Stella was so angry that she pulled out her phone and said, Victoria, you've gone too far. I have to contact your parents to come back and discipline you. Victoria immediately grabbed Auntie Stella's hand as she was about to dial, her voice urgent. Auntie, you can't contact my parents. Didn't you hear? Victor wants them to come back so he can divorce me. Auntie Stella was stunned. Divorce? Yes. Do you want to see me get a divorce? Victoria said. My son is only 3 years old. How can you, as his great-aunt, bear to let him not have a complete family? Do you know how pitiful it is for children raised in single-parent families? Once the matter escalated to the point of divorce, Auntie Stella and a group of relatives immediately became conflicted. In the eyes of the elders, divorce is impossible. They believe it's better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. As long as there is room for maneuver, there is no reason to divorce. Besides, it was her own niece who was in question. Not only would the child be pitiful after the divorce, but if Victoria wanted to remarry in the future, she would be looked down upon. Even worse, they worried that since they had gotten involved today, and Victor and Victoria had indeed divorced, they would be blamed by Henry and Nora later. Thinking of this, the relatives immediately switched sides and stood on Victoria's side, helping to persuade Victor and Rose. Nephew-in-law, you can't keep talking about divorce, it hurts feelings. Couples fight in bed and make up in bed. You and Victoria have been married for so many years and even have a child. What obstacle can't you overcome? It's inevitable for young couples to bicker and argue. Victoria was a bit too harsh, but she already knows she was wrong, so don't hold it against her. And as a man, you should be more tolerant and generous. You know that Victoria is impulsive and easily angered, so don't make her angry. As a couple, you should be more tolerant and understanding, and try to see things from each other's perspective. Victor was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how Victoria could destroy the tragic atmosphere he had worked so hard to create with just one word, divorce. Moreover, the words spoken by Victoria's relatives seemed familiar. He felt as if he had heard them somewhere before. He thought for a while before he remembered that a few years ago he had hit Victoria a bit too hard, and she asked the neighborhood committee for help. The neighborhood committee director, who came to her door at that time, used this same line of reasoning to mediate. Now that the tables have turned and he is the victim being mediated against, he realizes how absurd and ridiculous those words were. The more Victoria's relatives tried to persuade him, the angrier Victor became, and he also realized that he had come to the wrong person today. These people may verbally defend him, but when it comes to their own interests, they will not hesitate to side with Victoria. With his plan falling through, Victor was furious. He stood up abruptly, his expression turning fierce. Go to hell. You bunch of lunatics, you got beaten half to death by Victoria, and I'm supposed to tolerate and understand her? Are you all out of your minds? Auntie Stella was taken aback by the scolding, and then became somewhat annoyed. Nephew-in-law, how can you talk like that? We're just trying to help you. Get out. After saying this, Victor called Rose and slammed the door shut as he left. Victoria watched his retreating figure and smiled helplessly at Auntie Stella. Auntie, please don't take it to heart. That's just his personality. He's foul-mouthed and has poor manners. Otherwise, I wouldn't beat him up every few days. Serves him right. Auntie Stella felt aggrieved that her good intentions had been taken for granted, and she cursed. He's been beaten like this, and he's still cursing? He hasn't been beaten enough. Victoria glanced at the relatives behind Auntie Stella. With so many people around, even though they were all relatives, it was hard to guarantee that the news of her domestic violence against Victor wouldn't get out. She didn't care about reputation. It was just that once the news got out, her parents would lose face. We need to get them to watch what they say. The best way to shut them up is to pull them into a camp with shared interests. Thinking of this, Victoria sighed. Actually, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Victor. I also made mistakes. I went to the hospital for a checkup some time ago, and the doctor said something about me. She pointed to her head. There's something wrong with me, so I'm prone to impulsiveness and anger. Auntie Stella exclaimed in surprise, brain. Hereditary mental illness. Victoria pulled Auntie Stella's hand and held it. Auntie, you and everyone else have to keep my relationship with Victor a secret. The doctor said that my illness may have been inherited from my mother and maternal grandmother. If word gets out and people find out that we have a family history of mental illness, it will be difficult for my unmarried younger siblings to find partners. After all, no family wants to be involved in something like that. You have to think about them. Auntie Stella, whose 2 daughters are not yet married, changed her expression upon hearing this and quickly nodded to assure them, don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Okay, I'll be going now. Even after Victoria left the house, she could still hear Auntie Stella's stern warning to the relatives coming from inside. Anyone who can't keep their mouth shut and tells others about Victoria's affair, don't blame me for turning against them. They won't even be relatives with her anymore. Victoria thought Victor and Rose had already left, but when she went downstairs, she found Victor squatting by the car, covering his head, his face pale and bloodless. Rose, who couldn't drive, was pacing anxiously beside him. Victoria glanced at him and knew what was going on. Victor had been beaten several times in the past few days, and that day he was also given chicken soup laced with sedatives. His body was already half broken. But he wouldn't stop there. He came to cause trouble as soon as he woke up, carrying gasoline. His old injuries were compounded by new ones, and he was already quite angry, so they all flared up at once. Hey, what's wrong? Victoria walked over, gloating. Weren't you full of energy just now, yelling at someone at my aunt's house? Why are you all so quiet now? Victor was too dizzy to speak, but Rose, assessing the situation, pleaded in a low voice, Victoria, let's take him to the hospital first, or something bad will happen to him if we delay any longer. Although Victoria was happy to see it happen, but she could not let Victor die like this. So she opened the back door of the car and said, help him up. Victor and Rose sat in the back seat, while Victoria drove towards the hospital. After the car had driven some distance, Victor recovered from the dizziness that had made him feel nauseous. He was covered with Rose's coat, but he still felt cold all over. Seeing Victoria driving the car as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaffected by what had happened at Auntie Stella's house. Comparing himself to his disheveled state, Victor felt a surge of frustration and couldn't help but sneer. Victoria, I really underestimated you before. Victoria said calmly, it's not too late to think highly of me now. You've gone to a lot of trouble, practicing both boxing and verbal skills to deal with me. Victoria laughed. Do you really need to train to deal with someone like you? You overestimate yourself. Victor was enraged by her nonchalant attitude. He remembered that in every conflict they had had, he was the one who suffered, and even had his front teeth knocked out. He had initially thought he couldn't beat her because he was injured, but now it seemed that when this woman got angry, her fighting ability surpassed his. Does this mean I'll always be dominated by her from now on? I'd rather risk going to jail and kill her first. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Victor acted impulsively, quickly pulling out his belt under the cover of his coat and lunging forward to strangle Victoria from behind the driver's seat. You bitch, go to hell. Victoria was caught off guard when her neck was suddenly tightened. A strong feeling of suffocation washed over her, and she almost lost control of the steering wheel, causing the car to veer to the side. She quickly calmed down, not fighting back against Victor, nor trying to pull on the belt around her neck to buy herself a chance to catch her breath. Instead, she tried her best to straighten the steering wheel and subconsciously slowed down. Separated by a fence, the moat lies to the right of the driveway, posing a constant risk of a car accident. Victor, however, did not let go as if he were crazy, and the force with which he held her only tightened. Go to hell. Victoria, you should just die. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to threaten me? If I don't kill you today, I'm not a victor. Rose, sitting in the back seat, was terrified and rushed over to grab Victor, shouting, "Son, are you crazy? Let go." Victor kicked her away, his eyes contorted with rage. "I must kill her today. She's driving. If the car overturns, we'll all die." Victor couldn't hear anything. His mind was filled with only one thought. He's going to kill this woman. Today. Right now. Due to lack of oxygen, Victoria's face quickly turned blue. She glanced at Victor in the rearview mirror. His facial muscles were twisted and ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was blinded by rage. If we don't take some measures to save ourselves, we might really be strangled to death here today. Victoria quickly glanced around, her gaze landing on the moat, and a smile played on her lips. When it comes to risking her life, she's never been afraid of anyone. Since we're going to die anyway, let's take someone down with us. Recruiting one person breaks even, recruiting two guarantees a profit. Thinking of this, she jerked the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, causing the car to veer sharply to the right and crash through the guardrail. Rose's terrified screams, the car was lifted into the air and plunged into the moat. Victor wasn't wearing a seatbelt. The moment the car took off, he was thrown violently by the inertia, his head hitting the roof, and he saw stars. He didn't know how much time had passed when a sharp pain in his wrist woke him up. When he regained consciousness, the water that had flooded the car had already reached his chest. Victor immediately straightened his body, and because of this movement, a dull pain came from his abdomen. He immediately gasped for breath. Rose, who was standing next to him, had already lost consciousness, and Victoria, who was in the driver's seat, was also motionless. The water level continued to rise, and all Victor could hear was the sound of rushing water. Belatedly, he became frightened and quickly nudged Rose. "Mom. Wake up. Wake up." Rose woke up groggily, and upon seeing the situation, her face turned deathly pale. She instinctively grabbed Victor's arm. "Son, what do we do?" Victor dared not delay. He endured the excruciating pain and swam to the storage compartment in the front passenger seat. He took out a safety hammer from it and did not forget to glance at Victoria in the driver's seat. Seeing that her forehead was covered in blood and she was unconscious with her eyes closed, he felt a sense of satisfaction at his successful revenge. "You despicable woman, you deserve it." Victor smashed the back window of the car with his safety hammer in a few quick blows and pushed Rose out first. At this moment, the river water had just submerged the entire carriage. He held his breath and prepared to swim out, when suddenly something grabbed his hind leg. Victor turned his head and saw that Victoria had woken up at some point and was now grabbing his leg, preventing him from leaving. Visibility was poor in the water, and her long hair floated like seaweed in the surging water. A strange smile played on her lips. At first glance, she looked just like a female ghost who had died unjustly in an old Hong Kong movie. Victor felt a chill run down his spine and immediately kicked her a few times. But Victoria didn't let go even after being kicked. Instead, she tried to pull Victor, who had half his body sticking out of the car window, back into the car, which was completely flooded. Victor, who had initially thought she was asking him for help, suddenly realized that this woman wanted to take him down with her. The thought sent chills down his spine, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. This woman is a complete madwoman. Not only is she not afraid of death, she also wants to kill him. Having lived for 30 years, Victor felt death was so close for the first time. In fear, he kicked and thrashed the person more than a dozen times. Victoria not only didn't let go, but instead hugged his waist tightly, like a demon trying to drag him into the abyss. Victor was almost out of breath underwater. He gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He broke off a piece of glass from the shattered car window, retreated back into the car, and suddenly stabbed it towards Victoria's eyes. Victoria saw Victor's furious little actions clearly. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, she decisively let go the moment he turned around to attack. Seeing that he had successfully forced her back, Victor did not linger. He immediately climbed out of the car window, stepped onto the car which was almost submerged, and rushed out of the water in one breath, panting heavily, his chest almost bursting open. Rose was anxiously waiting on the water. As soon as she saw Victor come up, she immediately swam over and grabbed him. The mother and son helped each other swim to the shore. The commotion of the car plunging into the river attracted many onlookers, and Victor and Rose were helped ashore. After all that commotion, the two were exhausted and collapsed on the ground, too weak to even get up. A kind-hearted passerby, an older man, peered into the river and asked, "Young man, is anyone still in the car?" Victor paused, not answering immediately, but instead exchanged a glance with Rose. At that moment, the mother and son shared a tacit understanding. Victoria hadn't come up yet, which was a good opportunity for her to die unexpectedly. Victoria was driving the car. Even if the police retrieved the surveillance footage from inside the car afterward, Victor could at most be considered to have caused death by negligence, not premeditated murder. "Young man, I'm asking you a question. Is there anyone else in the car?" the passerby asked again. Rose glanced at Victor and answered first, "No, it was just me and my son in the car." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud splash came from where the car had sunk, drawing the attention of everyone on the shore. Victor immediately looked up at the woman swimming up from the water. His throat tightened, and he could clearly hear his heartbeat getting heavier and faster. The woman's long, wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and blood was gushing from the wound on her forehead, making her pale face look as if she had been dead for 3 days. Even in her most disheveled state, she remained calm, with a strange smile playing on her lips. With that face, she swam to the shallow water and walked step by step toward the shore. An older man and 2 young girls quickly reached out to pull her up, not forgetting to turn around and scold Rose. "Auntie, didn't you say there was no one in the car? Isn't this girl yours?" Rose. Once Victoria reached the shore, a passerby recounted Rose's earlier denial that anyone else was in the car and asked with concern, "Young lady, they're trying to kill you. Should we call the police for you?" Victoria looked down at Victor and smiled slightly as she met his guilty and frightened gaze. "No, I believe they didn't do it on purpose, right? Honey, Mom." Victor was so nervous that he couldn't speak, let alone know how to answer. From the moment he saw the woman emerge from the water, only one thought remained in his mind. "It's all over. She won't let me off the hook. I'm sure I'll get a beating when I get home." Thinking back on the times he was beaten during this period, he was covered in bruises every time. He's made her suffer so much this time, she definitely won't hold back. Thinking of this, his wounds began to burn with pain. The passerby still called the police. Police arrived quickly. All 3 were injured and taken to the hospital. After diagnosis, Victor was found to have a fractured right hand, 3 broken ribs, and a mild concussion, requiring hospitalization. In contrast, Rose, who was wearing a seatbelt, was in much better condition. She had multiple abrasions, but was able to walk after being bandaged. So as soon as she finished bandaging her wound, she rushed to Victor's ward. Upon seeing Victor, who was covered in new and old wounds and wrapped up like a dumpling, Rose immediately burst into tears. "My poor son, it's all that Victoria's fault that you've been ruined like this. She deserves to die a horrible death." Victor was already exhausted and in pain, and when he heard Rose mention Victoria, he became even more annoyed. "Don't mention her to me." He was terrified at the mere mention of her. Rose seemed to sense his fear. After hesitating for a moment, she wiped away her tears and whispered, "Son, you should divorce her." Victor remained silent. In the past, he would have rejected Rose's suggestion without even thinking about it. After the divorce, he'd go anywhere to find someone submissive and someone who can bear all his anger and malice as an outlet. But after surviving a near-death experience today and witnessing firsthand the woman's ruthless attempt to take him down with her, he had to admit that he was afraid. He was afraid she would kill him, and he was also afraid that one day he would have a conflict with her, accidentally kill her, and then be sued for murder and spend the rest of his life in prison. It's not worth wasting your whole life on this woman. After considering it for a long time, Victor nodded, okay. Rose immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go home and get the documents later. You tell Victoria to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get the divorce certificate. Then she comforted him, saying, don't feel sorry for her. You've been stuck with such a shrew. You'll never have a peaceful life. Get a divorce and Mom will find you someone better. Rose rushed home to get her documents. Meanwhile, Victoria finished treating her wounds, contacted her boxing coach, and picked up Leo. That evening, Victoria received a message from Victor, who was hospitalized. As you wish, divorce. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Victoria raised an eyebrow slightly as she looked at the message. At the same time, the pain from the wound on her wrist was greatly reduced. She rolled up her sleeve and looked, and sure enough, the deepest wound had become much shallower. But it's not fully healed yet. Divorce? How could she let Victor off so easily? With marriage as a fig leaf, even if she beat Victor half to death, it could only be considered a marital conflict. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Victoria silenced her phone and did not reply to the message. The next day, Victoria woke up naturally and checked her phone. It was 10:30 in the morning. A dozen or so missed calls floated on the screen, some from Victor and some from Rose. She casually dialed back, her voice languid. What's up? Victor, on the other end of the phone, was furious. Where are you? At home. Just woke up. You motherfucker. Victor started to swear, but then, as if remembering something, he swallowed it back. He said, frustrated, I'm at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You'd better come over right now. Victoria asked, are you really going to get a divorce? Yes, Victor said without hesitation. Haven't you wanted to divorce me for a long time? I'm giving you this chance now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so come over right now. Victoria chuckled, in a good mood. All right, then let me ask you, how do you plan to divide the property? Who will have custody of the son? Let's clarify these issues before discussing the divorce. Victor was taken aback and asked in return, property division and custody? Half a year ago, weren't you crying and begging me, saying you'd rather leave with nothing than not get a divorce? Now you're bringing up property division and custody with me. 6 months ago, I couldn't beat you, but now I have the upper hand, and you're the one crying and begging for a divorce, Victoria said calmly. I suggest you figure out your place before you start negotiating with me. Victor sensed a threat in her words, and he remained silent for a long time. After a long pause, he asked, what do you want? You'll have to leave with nothing. Damn it. You're dreaming. Victor roared in anger. The house is my premarital property. I bought the car, and I've been the one earning money to support the family these past few years. How dare you ask me to leave with nothing? Do I need to remind you? I've also paid off part of the mortgage on the house. It's true that you bought the car, but for the 2 years you were paying off the car loan, I was responsible for the household expenses. For the past few years, while you were earning money to support the family, I've been a full-time housekeeper at home. Victoria's voice turned cold. Don't try to deny my hidden contributions by using a fallacy of equivocation. When the two got married, Victor's business was just starting out and was on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management. Victoria used the dowry given to her by her parents to help him through the crisis. Now Victor's company is on the right track, with an annual income of $1 million. It was because he controlled the family's finances that he dared to abuse Victoria so recklessly, and now he even has the audacity to demand that she leave with nothing. Victor gritted his teeth. Then let's go to court. Victoria, don't blame me for not reminding you. You have no job and no income now. You have no advantage in fighting me for custody. Victoria laughed upon hearing this. You've reminded me. I'm currently unemployed, have no income, and don't own my own home. If I get divorced, won't I be penniless and homeless? Victor's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. In that case, I will argue to the judge that I still have feelings for you and refuse to divorce you. Victor, as long as we haven't gotten the divorce certificate, you and I are still husband and wife. Since we're husband and wife, it's normal to have disagreements and minor squabbles, right? Victoria said with a smile. Which ward are you in again? I'll come visit you this afternoon. Victor immediately got goosebumps and hung up the phone. Rose, who was standing next to her with her identification documents in her pocket, immediately asked, "What did she say?" Victor's face was extremely ugly. "She wants me to leave with nothing, or she will refuse to divorce me." Leave with nothing? Why should I? Rose retorted angrily. You're the one who earns all the money in the house. She just lazes around at home all day. How can she let you leave with nothing? Rose said this, but when she thought about the current marriage law, she realized that if one party did not agree to divorce, the judge would not easily grant the divorce. Even if the divorce is granted, there is still a 1-month cooling-off period. Who knows what that crazy woman will do during the divorce cooling-off period if she's pushed too far. Her heart clenched. Son, what should we do? Victor was upset and confused. He never imagined that he would be in a situation where he was eager to get a divorce, but still couldn't. Find a lawyer and file for divorce first. I'll stay in the hospital to recover during this time. Go to a hotel outside the hospital and book a room. For safety's sake, let's not go back to that house until we've successfully divorced. Having failed to get a divorce and being forced to the point where he dared not even return home, Victor returned to the hospital seething with anger. When he entered the ward and saw the woman standing by the bed, looking down at her medical record, he was first stunned, then felt a chill run down his spine. This plague god still came to the hospital. Hearing the door open, Victoria looked up and met Victor's gaze, who was still holding the doorknob. She raised an eyebrow and said, "You're back." Victor stepped into the ward with one foot in, unsure whether to go in or back. Rose had gone to book a hotel. He didn't dare to be alone in a room with this woman. But he didn't want to appear weak in front of her. He was still in a dilemma when Victoria urged, "What are you standing there for? Come in." Victor gritted his teeth, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the nurses' station not far away, where 2 nurses were busy. If Victoria dares to lay a hand on him, he only needs to call for help and someone will come to his aid. This thought reassured him somewhat. He cautiously left a crack in the door, slowly walked over, and said coldly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I say I came to visit you?" Victoria emphasized the word visit, her smile unchanged. Besides, something as important as divorce can't be explained clearly over the phone. Why don't we talk about it face to face? Victor. Victoria pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing her legs and resting her wrists on her knees, adopting a seemingly relaxed, but actually assertive posture. Think about the suggestion that you leave with nothing. These words carried a strong sense of provocation, instantly igniting the anger that Victor had been suppressing. You fucking. Shoo. Victoria gestured for silence. Don't rush to refuse. Let me remind you, you only have this one chance. Once it's gone forever. Even if you want a divorce later, I won't let you go. These words successfully calmed Victor down, and he swallowed back the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. Undoubtedly, he couldn't live with this woman anymore. The thought of her ruthlessness in wanting to kill him filled him with fear. In this situation, let alone sharing a bed, he would feel terrified even just being under the same roof or in the same room with her. But if she insists on not getting a divorce, their marriage cannot be dissolved. If she hits him again, as long as she doesn't kill him, they can just use marital conflict to cover it up to outsiders. If leaving with nothing can extricate myself from this predicament, it doesn't seem like it's impossible. What's your decision? Victoria asked. This sentence successfully pulled Victor out of his contemplative state. He then realized that he was seriously considering the possibility of leaving with nothing, all because he was terrified of being beaten. He was terrified of a woman. Realizing this, Victor became furious and said viciously, "Keep dreaming. Why should I leave with nothing and let you enjoy all the fruits of my hard work over the years? Let me tell you, I'm getting a divorce. I've already contacted a lawyer, and you can expect a court summons. TSK tisk." Victoria shook her head, her tone full of regret, but her eyes became more and more excited. "Victor, you just gave up your only chance to get out of this dead end. Victor felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, but he retorted defiantly, "I may not be able to beat you, but this is a society governed by law. You wouldn't dare kill me, would you? If anything happens to me, you won't live either. Kill you? That's too easy on you." Victoria stood up with her arms crossed, walked up to Victor, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in his ear, "I'm going to make you wish you were dead." Her breath, warm as she spoke, brushed against his ear, yet a chill ran down Victor's spine. He subconsciously took a step back and met Victoria's eyes. She had a smile on her lips, but her eyes were cold and deep, filled with undisguised malice and mockery. She looked at him as if he were a pile of filthy garbage. High above, yet in control of the whole situation. Victor's breath hitched. It wasn't until Victoria turned and left, and the door opened and closed again, that he came to his senses. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the hospital bed. Is this woman still the Victoria he knows? In the afternoon, the lawyer that Victor had hired arrived. The lawyer, Attorney James, had handled countless divorce cases. When Victor finished explaining his reasons for the divorce, his eyes held a subtle expression. "Mr. Victor, domestic violence can indeed be grounds for divorce, but based on your description, your situation can only be considered mutual assault, not unilateral domestic violence." Victor said impatiently, "I've been beaten like this, and you still say I'm a victim of domestic violence?" Attorney James, mindful of his feelings, said tactfully, "Suppressing domestic violence also requires evidence, such as CCTV footage of the abuse, police reports, and medical examination reports after the abuse." Victor became increasingly agitated. "I have the police report, and I'll get the medical examination report done later, but I don't have the surveillance footage." Victoria had secretly installed hidden cameras at home before, probably to collect evidence of domestic violence against her husband. But before she could film anything, he discovered her, smashed the camera in front of her, and beat her severely. He still remembers the look of fear and helplessness in Victoria's eyes at that time. Victor was filled with regret at this moment. If that camera hadn't been removed, it might now be irrefutable evidence for him to sue her. "It will be difficult to handle without video recording," Attorney James said with difficulty. Victor asked, "Isn't there any other way?" Attorney James pondered for a while and said, "If you insist on filing a lawsuit, it's not entirely impossible to get a divorce, but if the other party doesn't agree, the time it will take to succeed in the lawsuit will be prolonged." "How long will it take?" "It could take 1 or 2 years at the fastest, or 3 to 5 years at the slowest." Victor's heart skipped a beat. The thought of living under the fear of being dominated by this woman for the next 3 to 5 years made his temples throb. "Let's file a lawsuit first, and take it one step at a time." After Attorney James left, Victor went to get a medical examination report. He had just finished his examination when he received a call from Rose. As soon as he answered, Rose's agonizing screams came from the other end of the line. "Son, help. That woman is going to beat me to death." Victor's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Where are you? What happened?" "I'm at home." Victor was both anxious and angry. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the hotel? Why did you go home and provoke her?" "I came back to pack a few changes of clothes." The sudden screams, accompanied by the loud crashing of things, were a sound that he used to take for granted, but now it felt as if it were actually happening right in front of Victor, making him tremble even through the phone. Given the current situation, he dared not go home to save Rose. He was no match for Victoria, and going home would only mean sending himself to his death. But he couldn't bear to watch his own mother be beaten. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "Mom, just hang in there a little longer. I'll call the police for you right away." On the other side, at the house, Victoria looked at Rose, who was crouching on the ground trembling with her hands covering her head, and felt a surge of amusement. When Rose sneaked home to pack her change of clothes, Victoria was taking a nap in the bedroom. The person she was targeting wasn't Rose, and she pretended not to notice when she heard her returning home. However, Rose had a sudden idea. After packing her own things, she also wanted to take away the valuable gold jewelry in the house, including the 3 gold pieces that Victor and Victoria bought when they got married. So when she crept into the bedroom to search, Victoria took the opportunity to mistake her for a thief, kicked her in the waist, and swung the wedding photo on the bedside table at her head, causing her to bleed profusely. The police arrived quickly. Rose, clutching her bleeding head, cried as she recounted her daughter-in-law's brutal beating. Faced with her accusations, Victoria put on a helpless expression and explained in a few words the whole story of how Rose sneaked into her room to take the gold jewelry and was beaten up by her because she mistakenly thought she was a thief. Upon learning that the two were mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the police classified the incident as a family dispute and mediated the situation. Rose was initially unwilling to let it go, but Victoria silenced her with a remark: "If you insist on denying our mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship and accuse me of hitting you as a victim, then let's talk about your burglary first. You pocketed all the gold, and I wonder how many years you'll be sentenced for 50,000 yuan. This misunderstanding ended with Rose leaving in a sorry state with her bag. Rose returned to the hospital and cried again in front of Victor. Seeing his mother in such a disheveled state, Victor was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. But he couldn't do anything about Victoria. He was so frustrated he almost vomited blood, but he could only say dryly, "Don't provoke her in the future. Don't make yourself miserable before I get a divorce." Victor stayed in the hospital for half a month. During this time, Victoria didn't bother him, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed. 2 weeks later, he was discharged from the hospital and rented an apartment near the company, where he and Rose stayed temporarily. He was prepared for a long divorce battle. As long as he didn't go back to that house and tried to avoid seeing Victoria, she wouldn't be able to hurt him. Moreover, a prolonged divorce proceedings are not entirely a bad thing. 3 to 5 years is enough time for him to transfer all the company assets and the shares and funds he holds. Even if they end up in court, Victoria won't get a single penny of anything except that house. With this in mind, Victor calmed down, and after a short rest, his work and life gradually returned to normal. But the peaceful days did not last long. That day, Victor went out to negotiate a cooperation project. When he returned to the company, it was almost noon. The receptionist greeted him with a smile and said, "President Victor, your wife is here. She has been waiting for you in the office for a long time." Victor's heart skipped a beat. What is that plague god doing here? He quickly reviewed what he had been doing recently. He hadn't contacted Victoria, Rose hadn't gone near her despite his repeated warnings, and there had been no new developments in the divorce case. Could it be that she found out about his flirtatious relationship with the new intern assistant? Victor quickly denied this possibility. Throughout their years of marriage, Victoria had never visited his company and was completely unaware of his activities there. Victor nervously pushed open the office door and, as expected, saw Victoria sitting in the executive chair, flipping through a magazine. Hearing the door open, she looked up and said in a calm tone, "You're back." Victor didn't want his family troubles to spill over into the company and damage his image among his employees. He closed the door behind him, walked to his desk, and said in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Victoria put the magazine on the table and took out a receipt from her bag. "I'm here to get reimbursed." Victor took it and saw that it was Leo's kindergarten registration fee, plus various miscellaneous fees, totaling 30,000 yuan. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly regained some of the confidence to confront her. He controls the family finances, and if he doesn't come home or give money, she'll be the one in a hurry. Thinking of this, Victor sneered, "Didn't you want to fight for custody of your son? If you can't even come up with this little bit of money, how are you going to support him? That happened after you left with nothing." "We're still married now, and this is your responsibility as a father," Victoria asked. "WeChat or I'll pay. You can transfer it directly to my bank card." Victor threw the receipt in front of her and said coldly, "I won't give it to you. You forced my mother and me to stay away from home. You'll have to figure out how to pay this off yourself." Victoria wasn't angry. "What are you saying? I didn't stop you from coming in. It's clearly because you were beaten and are afraid to go home. How can you expect me to force you to have a home you can't go back to? You." Victor was furious, having been hit where it hurt. He pointed to the door and said, "Get out. You won't get a single penny from me today." You think you're so tough? I'd like to see how long you can keep up your act without my financial support. Victoria clicked her tongue twice and shook her head. Although your small company only has 20 or 30 people, if word gets out that the boss was chased to the company and beaten by his wife for not giving her household allowance, you'll lose face. Victor snapped, I'm the victim. What's there to be ashamed of? It's you who beat me up over that little bit of money. If word gets out, you and your parents will be the ones being talked about behind your backs. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened, and a sweet voice said, Brother Victor, I made you a bento box, accompanied by a pretty young girl walking in. The girl's gaze first fell on Victor, her eyes filled with shyness and timidity, before she noticed Victoria. Sensing the tense atmosphere between the two, she paused for a moment and hesitated before asking, Boss, who is this? Victoria's gaze swept back and forth between the girl and Victor, and she immediately realized that the relationship between the two was not simple. She smiled and said, Brother Victor? Then I am your sister-in-law. The girl's expression changed drastically. She said sorry and hurriedly turned and left. The young lady is quite pretty. Victoria stood up, rolling up her sleeves as she walked towards Victor. You're right, it is indeed making a mountain out of a molehill to lay a hand on you for such a small amount of money, but what if you were cheating on me? Upon seeing her action, Victor was immediately gripped by the fear of being beaten. He reflexively took 2 steps back and retorted somewhat flusteredly, I didn't. Which of yours saw me cheating? During work hours, you were calling her brother Victor and bringing you lunch. Even if you haven't gone to bed together yet, there's definitely something between you two, Victoria said. Since you need a legitimate reason to beat me up, don't worry, I'll find a proper reason, and I definitely won't let you get beaten up for nothing. After she finished speaking, she raised her fist and swung it at Victor. Soon, the sounds of a fight came from Victor's office. Outside the office, several employees looked at each other in bewilderment. A fight has broken out? I never would have guessed that someone as refined as President Victor would lay a hand on his wife. President Victor has an appointment with a client today, and the client will be here soon. Should we go in and try to persuade him to stop? This is the boss's family matter. Isn't it inappropriate for us to interfere? As the group was discussing in hushed tones, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from inside, startling them greatly. What if someone dies from such a brutal beating? President Victor went too far. This is his wife. I don't think that scream just now was a woman's voice. Before he could finish speaking, the office door suddenly opened from the inside, and Victor rushed out in a disheveled state. His nose was bleeding profusely, he looked panicked, and the collar of his white shirt was torn. He practically fled. But just as he stepped out of the office, an ashtray flew out from behind him with a dull thud, hitting him squarely on the back of the neck, causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. The employees were stunned. Just then, footsteps sounded outside, and 3 men in suits pushed open the door and entered, just in time to witness Victor lying on the ground. They were taken aback, and before they could ask any questions, Victoria walked out of the office. She smiled at the dumbfounded employees and stunned customers, then grabbed Victor by one leg and, amidst his embarrassed and terrified expression, dragged him back to the office like a dead dog. The office door closed again, and soon the sounds of beatings could be heard from inside. Outside the office, employees and clients looked at each other, all utterly bewildered. Half an hour later, Victoria walked out of the office, looking refreshed, with the 30,000 yuan she had gotten from Victor. As she passed by the assistant's post, the young girl who had previously delivered lunchboxes to Victor was sitting in front of the computer. Seeing Victoria stop, she immediately pulled out a document and flipped through it, pretending to be very busy. Victoria looked her up and down, then suddenly asked, Victor is married, did you know that? The girl, nervous under her gaze, broke out in a light sweat and forced a soft voice to say, I know. Victoria sighed, you're shamelessly trying to be a third party. Why don't you raise your standards and find someone better? Victor does have a tendency to be abusive, and this small, run-down company only earns a few million a year. With such meager assets, it's not worth risking being gossiped about and even beaten to death by being ambiguous with him. Girl. After Victoria finished speaking, she ignored her face, which was so red it was almost bleeding, and turned to leave. In the messy office, Victor sat on the floor, looking dazed. His right cheekbone was swollen high, a clear handprint was imprinted on his left cheek, and there were several scratch marks on his neck and forehead, completely unlike his usual refined and capable self. The office door was carefully pushed open from the outside, and a hesitant voice came through. "President Victor." Victor snapped out of his reverie and, seeing it was his secretary Felix, straightened his expression and tried to make his voice sound normal. "What is it?" Felix slipped in, avoiding his gaze. The new intern assistant who came a while ago just quit without even taking her salary. Victor frowned, guessing that she was frightened by Victoria's fierceness. He felt aggrieved, but on the surface he pretended to be indifferent, waving his hand and saying, "If she resigns, then resign. Just hire someone else." "Okay, the client has canceled this meeting and gone home. Would you like to reschedule?" Victor, recalling the scene half an hour earlier when his clients and employees witnessed him being domestically abused and powerless to fight back, he was immediately filled with shame, his blood practically boiling. That Victoria attacked him regardless of the situation. How is he supposed to maintain his authority in front of his employees now? And what will his clients think of him? And if this gets out, how will he ever be able to face anyone in the industry again? Victor was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. He struggled to get up from the ground and said, "Well, we'll talk about it later." He had just stood up when a sharp pain shot through his knee, almost causing him to fall back down. Felix reacted quickly and rushed over to support him. "President Victor." Victor managed to steady himself by bracing himself against the filing cabinet next to him. He turned his head and saw his disheveled and utterly undignified appearance through the glass door of the filing cabinet, and he was stunned. When Victor saw Felix's evasive gaze, his head suddenly went blank. He felt that his previous attempt to remain calm and pretend to be nonchalant had become a huge joke. Embarrassment mixed with anger instantly surged to the top of his head. "You go out first." Victor tried his best to maintain his composure. Felix was very perceptive. Realizing that something was wrong with his expression, he quickly turned around and fled the office as if he were escaping. As soon as the door closed, Victor could no longer contain his anger. He swept everything off his desk, turned around, and overturned the filing cabinet. In no time, the already messy office was transformed into a scene of chaos. Victor stood amidst the chaos, his eyes bloodshot and his hands clenched into fists. He gasped for breath, his mind focused on only one thought. He's going to kill Victoria. At all costs. After a long while, Victor finally calmed down and composed himself. But his desire to kill Victoria grew even stronger. He not only wanted to kill her, but he also wanted to do it without anyone noticing. After thinking for a while, Victor took out his phone and called Rose. "Mom, pack your things and let's move back home." Victoria took Leo to the kindergarten to complete the enrollment procedures and then strolled around leisurely for a while. When it was time for dinner, the two found a restaurant to eat at. After dinner, Victoria drove Leo home. Upon entering, Victoria noticed that the lights were on inside and Rose's and Victor's shoes were placed in the entryway. The mother and son are back? Victor dares to come back after being beaten like this today? Victoria changed into slippers and walked into the living room. Victor was not there. Rose was folding clothes that had been brought in from the balcony. There were 2 suitcases next to her, which Rose took with her when she moved out some time ago. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a glance. Rose's eyes flickered, and her expression was uneasy. She was clearly still traumatized by the beating she had received half a month ago. She quickly looked away and lowered her head to continue folding clothes. She wasn't causing trouble or provoking anyone like before, and this actually piqued Victoria's interest. Her intuition told her that something was amiss. Neither Victor nor Rose were the type to suffer in silence. They had been defeated by her so many times and had no way to deal with her. Now, instead of avoiding her sharp edge, they took the initiative to move back home. They're definitely plotting something bigger. Victoria thought about it and realized that the only thing that was bigger and more advantageous for them right now, worth the risk of domestic violence, was killing herself. This way, they can avoid further domestic violence and avoid being forced to divorce and leave with nothing. This thought secretly excited her. Things were getting more interesting. Not long after, Victor returned from outside. He was holding a light bulb when he saw Victoria sitting on the sofa playing on her phone, and Leo eating popcorn chicken next to her, and took the initiative to speak. "Don't always take your son out to eat junk food. It's bad for his health." The words spoken were reproachful, but the tone was unusually gentle. Victoria looked up at him. After a day of fermentation, the wound on his face was even more swollen, and he looked like a Shiba Inu that had been stung by a bee. Victoria raised her chin and asked bluntly, "What are you two up to this time?" Victor was silent for a few seconds, then said, "The bathroom light bulb is broken. I'll go change it first, then we can have a proper talk." "Okay." Victor went into the bathroom. Victoria stared at his back for a while, then put down her phone and followed him in. The bathroom door was open, and Victor was standing on the ladder, sleeves rolled up, changing a light bulb. Victoria stood silently at the bathroom door, watching his hand movements intently. The light bulb was quickly replaced. Victor came down the ladder, and Victoria stood a meter to his right, suddenly asking, "Why did the light bulb suddenly break?" "It was fine when I left this morning." Her sudden words seemed to startle Victor, who immediately turned his head to look at her from his left. He then explained, "It might be due to unstable voltage, which burned it out." As he spoke, he pressed a switch and the light bulb lit up. He picked up the ladder and walked out of the bathroom, not forgetting to say, "Come to the study for a moment, I have something to tell you." Victoria watched him carry the ladder into the storage room, her face thoughtful. When Victor turned around in fright, she noticed a detail. She was clearly standing to the right behind Victor, but when he heard the voice, he reflexively turned around to the left. Thinking about it carefully, Victor seems to always be used to turning around from the left, but he is not left-handed. Is this a habit he developed since childhood, or is there a reason behind it? With this question in mind, Victoria walked into the study and sat down at the desk. Shortly after, Victor entered, carrying 2 cups of black tea, and sat down on the other side of the table. The two sat facing each other across the desk, and Victor pushed a cup of tea in front of Victoria. Seeing the puzzled look on her face, he paused, then helplessly poured the 2 cups of tea into 1 cup, mixed them, divided them into 2 cups again, and took a sip in front of Victoria. There was no poison, so you should be relieved now. Victoria's mind wasn't on the black tea. She didn't care about such a small trick at all. Her gaze fell on Victor's right ear, trying to find out what was going on. Victor didn't notice her strangeness. He adopted a posture of having a heart-to-heart talk, first letting out a long sigh before slowly speaking. "I've thought a lot about the divorce today. Let me make it clear first. It's impossible for me to leave with nothing. I will not give up the assets I've worked so hard to accumulate over the years and my custody of my son." "Oh," Victoria replied perfunctorily, but her mind was preoccupied with something else. Could Victor be deaf in one ear? Victor continued to express his opinion with great emotion. "Actually, if you think about it carefully, things haven't gotten to the point where we have to get a divorce. We've both been a bit hot-tempered lately, so let's both calm down." "Victor," Victoria suddenly interrupted him, pointing to the teacup in front of her. "I don't want tea. Make me a cup of coffee instead." There was a coffee machine in the study, placed on the shelf behind Victor. Victor was taken aback. Although he was a little puzzled as to why she suddenly wanted to drink coffee so late at night, he still responded, picked up his teacup, and turned to walk towards the coffee machine. Victoria seized the opportunity, grabbed the globe from the table, and slammed it down on Victor's right side behind him. With a loud bang, Victor was startled and immediately turned his head. "It's on the left again." This time, Victoria saw it very clearly and was basically certain of her guess. Victor is partially deaf. He cannot hear with his right ear. "What are you doing?" Victor was so frightened by her sudden action that his face changed. He immediately assumed a defensive posture, afraid that she would go crazy again and rush up to beat him up. Victoria ignored his questioning. She walked over, picked up the broken globe, quickly put it back on the table, and stared intently at Victor. "Can't you hear with your right ear?" Victor was stunned, and then realized that her action of smashing the globe was a test of him. His expression shifted unpredictably. After a long while, he put down the coffee grinder, lowered his eyes, and leaned against the counter. Many years. As he spoke, he gave a bitter smile. "When I was 9 years old, my neighbor was harassing my mother. I rushed out to stop him, and he hit me with a shovel, making me deaf. Back then, my family was poor, so we didn't go to the doctor. Later, we wanted to get treatment, but it couldn't be cured." Victoria narrowed her eyes slightly, but her expression did not show much surprise. People like Victor, who find pleasure in domestic violence, have likely been negatively influenced during their childhood or adolescence. "My father died early, and my mother raised me alone. As an orphan and a widow, we were the perfect targets for others to vent their malice on, because we couldn't fight back when we were bullied. In the long alley where we lived, my mother endured harassment from men and verbal abuse from women every day, even though she did nothing wrong. Meanwhile, I was ostracized and bullied by all the children my age." Victoria asked, and then, if Victor had been bullied since childhood, he would likely have become timid and cowardly. Judging from his behavior toward Victoria after their marriage, he doesn't seem like someone who would passively accept being bullied. Later, I took advantage of the fact that my neighbor was not home and smeared lard on his stairs. He slipped and fell down, breaking his leg. Recalling the past, Victor's eyes darkened. "That was the first time I fought back, and the effect was unexpectedly good. That old rogue never harassed my mother again. This incident gave me an insight. Swallowing one's anger will not earn the abuser's pity, but will only embolden them. I learned to fight fire with fire. When I was young, I was not strong enough to beat the older kids, so I learned to use dirty tricks. They put laxatives in their water bottles, locked them in the bathroom before important exams, and instigated them to fight with thugs from outside the school. The fight made the news. 6 high school sophomores were expelled, 1 lost an eye, and another died from his injuries. When I grew up, I had the means to fight back against bullies, so I started to fight violence with violence. Whoever hit me, I hit back. If someone slapped me once, I slapped them twice back. It was through violence that I was able to finish high school." As Victor finished speaking, he glanced at Victoria. Seeing that she had no expression on her face and could not tell whether she was happy or angry, he paused and lowered his voice. "I'm not telling you this for any other reason than to let you know that I wasn't born a violent person. I was forced into this state. You don't understand how difficult my situation was during my youth. There was a time when I was even beaten so badly that I didn't want to go out, and I even had nightmares at night." "I understand." Victoria suddenly interrupted him. "I understand everything." Victor immediately looked up at Victoria, whose face was full of emotion and pity. He was taken aback at first, then secretly delighted. This is a good opportunity to gain her sympathy and trust. Once she lowers her guard, it will be easier for me to carry out my plan. Thinking of this, his expression grew even more sorrowful. "You have a happy and fulfilling family background, and your parents are enlightened and love you dearly. How could you possibly understand?" "I understand." Victoria's expression was even more sorrowful than his. "When you beat me to the point of wishing I were dead, and I couldn't get rid of you, my despair was no less than yours back then. Victor, as the one who drove me to become a violent maniac, aren't you the one who knows my mental journey best? Do you think you don't know if I understand or not?" Victor was stunned. When he saw the mocking tone beneath Victoria's superficial sadness, he suddenly stood up. "Victoria, you're playing me." Victoria scoffed lightly, the pity on her face vanishing completely. "I've seen plenty of people who play the victim, but I've never seen anyone as disgusting as you. Are you going to say that the violence you inflicted on me in the past was all the fault of your bullies when you were a teenager, and that if it weren't for them, you wouldn't be like this, and then beg me to forgive and understand you, and to reconcile with you? You." Victor's expression turned ugly as his secret thoughts were exposed. "Your childhood was indeed miserable, but what does that have to do with me? I wasn't the one who bullied you." Why should I bear the consequences of the seed sown by others? Victoria looked at him with disdain. Don't tell me you were forced into it because you had no choice. I respect you for fighting back against bullies, but being addicted to violence, punching and kicking innocent people and getting pleasure and psychological satisfaction from their screams makes you a dirty, shameless, and despicable piece of trash. Victor was speechless after being refuted by her, his hands clenched into fists, his face turning ashen. Just then, the study door was flung open, and Rose rushed in, shoving Victoria forcefully. She angrily said, "You're not allowed to talk about my son like that. He did nothing wrong. He's so young, yet he's already protecting me. He only fought those people to focus on his studies. Shut up." Victoria glared at her. "He's a scumbag, and you're no better. What were you doing when he protected you at such a young age? Why didn't you stand up and stop him when he was being bullied by those people? As a woman, if you can't protect yourself, and as a mother, if you can't educate your son properly, you're nothing but a cowardly, incompetent, spineless coward. A traitor who aids and abets evil. You." Rose's chest heaved with anger, and she raised her hand to slap Victoria across the face. "Don't talk nonsense when you're not the one suffering the consequences." Victoria grabbed her wrist quickly and slapped her across the face. "I originally thought you were just brainless and inactive, but now it seems you are not only stupid, but also evil. When Victor used violence to provoke his classmates into a group fight, you encouraged and praised him for doing a good job, didn't you? He became the way he is today not only because he's a bad seed at heart, but also because of your indulgence. If he dies one day, it will definitely be because you indirectly caused his death." Rose was almost driven mad with rage, screaming, "My son won't die. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you first. You wait. My son will definitely, ugh." Victor quickly covered Rose's mouth and shouted sternly, "Mom." Rose was jolted awake, realizing that she had almost let something slip. She immediately gritted her teeth and stopped talking. Victor originally intended to use tonight's conversation to lower Victoria's guard so that he could carry out his next plan. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Seeing that continuing would only make their relationship more tense, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and end the conversation. Victoria walked out of the study and saw Leo coming out of the bathroom. He had just washed his hands and was wiping his wet little hands on the hem of his clothes. Victoria remembered the inexplicably broken light bulb, waved to Leo, and called him over. "The guest bathroom light is broken. From now on, you'll need to use the master bathroom in the bedroom to shower and use the toilet, understand?" Leo tilted his head, puzzled, and asked, "Didn't Dad fix it?" "The light is fixed, but other things are still broken." Victoria patted his head meaningfully. "Anyway, listen to me. Don't go into the guest bathroom again." Leo nodded and obediently replied, "Okay." Rose was slapped and scolded in the study and remained as quiet as a chicken for the next few days. To be fair, Victoria's life became much more comfortable after Rose and Victor moved back home. With someone to cook, clean, and take care of the children, Leo no longer needs to be a mere accessory. Victoria even takes him to the boxing gym, and every day after boxing practice, there's a hot meal waiting for her. Victoria has been reborn for about a month now, and she's gotten tired of eating takeout and dining out every day. After Rose was exposed for poisoning the chicken soup last time, and her attempt backfired, she dared not have such thoughts again. She honestly cooked and diligently took care of the children. That evening, Victoria came out of the boxing gym, went to the parking lot to get her car, and was about to go home when a couple pulling and tugging at each other caught her attention. "Even if it means marrying someone like that?" Claire nodded. "Yes, she would rather get married and then divorced than have people say behind my back that I can't get married." Victoria was silent for a while, then said, "Then you should take the initiative and find a few people to beat up Blake. If one beating isn't enough, then two. Beat him until he doesn't dare to bother you anymore." Claire was shocked. This is illegal. "Believe me, if you can't see the judge now, you'll only be able to see the forensic doctor later." "Claire." As the two were talking, Claire's phone rang. She frowned deeply when she saw the caller ID, but still swiped to answer. "Hello, Mom." Claire, are you off work? Your Aunt Chloe and I are shopping at the department store near your company. Why don't you come over and have dinner with us? I have several cases to handle and can't get away, Claire said. You guys go ahead and shop, I won't eat. Nora kept nagging, work is important, but you also need to eat. It's already lunchtime, and your company doesn't allow its employees to eat? What kind of company is this? Claire's face darkened from the nagging, and she said helplessly, Fine, fine. Send me the address. I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Claire said to Victoria with a look of utter despair, I'll think about your suggestion carefully. But before that, I need to figure out a way to convince my mom. Victoria pondered for a few seconds and asked, Do you need any help? I have experience in dealing with pressure to get married. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the department store and went to the restaurant that Nora had mentioned, but she and Aunt Chloe were nowhere to be seen. Claire made a voice call, and her mother on the other end said excitedly, I'm still shopping for clothes. Your Aunt Chloe said the clothes in the store look especially good on me. I'll pick out a few more. You order first, I'll be there in a bit. Claire gave Victoria an apologetic look. That's just how my mom is. She's easily swayed. She believes whatever others say looks good and always buys a bunch of clothes that don't fit her aesthetic or style. After a while, she doesn't want them anymore and just gives them away. Victoria smiled and said, It's a good thing that older people have hobbies. It's better than them staying at home all day scrolling through their phones. That's true. The two chatted casually. Claire was straightforward, and Victoria used some tricks to quickly find out about her family background. She is a local native, an only child from a middle-class family. Her father is a manager in the government and is addicted to fishing, so he basically doesn't concern himself with family matters. The mother is not highly educated and has been a housewife all her life. Now she has no worries about food and drink, but her only anxiety is about her daughter's marriage. She is afraid that Claire will not be able to get married. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Nora and Aunt Chloe still hadn't arrived. Claire clearly knew her mother's temperament well. She was almost at her wit's end. After dealing with the waiter who asked if she wanted the food served now, she got up to go to the restroom. Victoria sat alone at the dining table, listlessly turning her head to look at the street scene outside the floor-to-ceiling window. After a while, she heard two women chatting and laughing behind her. Victoria didn't pay attention at first, until one of the women patted her on the shoulder and naturally sat down next to her. Claire, have you ordered the food? Victoria looked up. Before her was a woman in her 50s, fair-skinned and slightly plump, with a gentle face. You could tell at a glance that she was the kind of easygoing, talkative, and kind-hearted person. She met Victoria's gaze and immediately stood up with a, Oh, excuse me, I mistook you for someone else. I thought you were my daughter. Victoria smiled slightly. Are you looking for Claire? Do you know my daughter? I'm her friend. I just happened to run into her today. I heard that her aunt was having dinner with her, so I shamelessly came over to freeload. Victoria gestured for her to sit down. Claire went to the restroom and will be back in a bit. Upon hearing this, Nora laughed so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gathered together. She sat down again and said, Your back view looks just like Claire's. I mistook you for her just now. Victoria paused, realizing that Claire's height and build were indeed similar to hers. Really? Don't even mention you. I mistook her too, the woman who came with Nora said. I watched Claire grow up, and I didn't recognize her either. Victoria's gaze swept over the woman, observing her discreetly. This must be Aunt Chloe, who had introduced Claire and Blake. Compared to the slightly chubby Nora, Aunt Chloe was much slimmer, with sharper features, prominent cheekbones, and sunken cheeks, giving her a shrewd and mean air. Just as Nora called the waiter to serve the dishes, Claire returned. The group chatted and laughed as they ate. When the conversation got lively, Nora opened her shopping bag to show Claire the clothes she had just bought. Victoria glanced at it and, just as Claire had said, the exaggerated pattern of the clothes did not suit Nora's style of dress, but rather suited Aunt Chloe, who was staring at the clothes the whole time. She remembered Claire saying that her mother was easily influenced, buying a bunch of clothes that didn't fit her aesthetic or style, only to give them away after a while. She snorted softly. Nora was being treated like a sucker who had to pay by credit card. If a woman's money is tricked out of her pocket by her best friend in this way, then her daughter's marriage is most likely also being tricked into being given away as a favor. Halfway through her meal, Aunt Chloe's phone rang. She got up and went out to answer it, and when she came back, she didn't look too happy. "Claire, Blake called me and said he got beaten up when he went to see you, and you even pulled the assailant away. What happened?" Before Claire could speak, Nora exclaimed in surprise, "Claire, did you have someone beat up Blake?" "No." Claire clearly hadn't expected Blake to complain. Considering that Aunt Chloe was an elder, she patiently explained what had happened. "I made it very clear to Blake that we have different values and I don't like him. Aunt Chloe, please tell him not to come looking for me anymore. He has already caused me trouble in my work and life." Aunt Chloe frowned and put on an elder's air, lecturing, "Young people shouldn't be so impatient. You've only met Blake a few times and you're already saying you don't like him. That boy is a very good person, filial, honest, and hardworking. If you get to know him better, you'll definitely discover his good qualities." Claire's fingers, which were holding the chopsticks, curled up. She suppressed her temper and said, "There's no need to get to know them. I value first impressions. If I don't like someone at first sight, I won't like them no matter how long I get to know them." "Don't be so hasty." Aunt Chloe continued to lecture, "I've known Blake's parents for so many years, I know them inside and out. Their family's conditions are not as good as yours, but Blake is definitely a promising talent. He just needs an opportunity. After you get married, ask your dad to give him a promotion. He can work outside to support the family, and you can stay home to take care of the husband and children. You won't have to suffer the hardships of working a regular job." Suddenly, Victoria burst out laughing. The three people at the table all looked at her, and Aunt Chloe frowned even more. "What are you laughing at?" Victoria laughed even harder. "I've been laughing at you for so long for not getting to the point. Claire practically said that Blake was ugly and she didn't like him, and you still brought up some potential stock. Aunt Chloe, you have such a good eye for clothes. How come you're so casual when it comes to choosing a partner for your best friend's daughter?" The speaker meant something, but the listener felt guilty, and Aunt Chloe's expression changed slightly. But she quickly calmed down. "Can good looks put food on the table? The most important thing in life is character and temperament," Victoria said with a smile, "but he has a bad character, a bad temper, low emotional intelligence, and doesn't respect Claire." "You." Aunt Chloe was getting a little angry. "Do you even know Blake?" "He's not as bad as you say." "Aunt Chloe," Victoria interrupted her, "do you have a daughter?" Aunt Chloe paused for a moment. "My daughter just graduated from university this year." "Don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Since Blake is so great, why don't you introduce him to your daughter?" "Aunt Chloe, my daughter is young and not in a hurry to get married. Unlike Claire, who is already a 30-year-old single woman. If she doesn't find a partner now, she will only be picked over by others in the future." Upon hearing this, Victoria leaned back in her chair and looked at her sharply. "What does your daughter do for a living?" Aunt Chloe had a feeling that she had ill intentions, but not wanting to lose face, she held her head high and said, "My daughter has a good image and temperament and works as a receptionist at a large company." "Receptionist?" "The salary in this line of work is at most a few thousand yuan a month, and the promotion opportunities are pitifully small. Your daughter, who has no future, should get married early and hold on to her potential stock. Otherwise, if she becomes an older single woman after 30, she won't even have a good image or temperament anymore, and then even someone like Blake might not be interested in her." Upon hearing this, Aunt Chloe jumped up, her face turning extremely ugly. "What do you mean? You don't even know my daughter, so why are you attacking her like this?" "Attack?" Victoria's smile vanished. "So you also know that phrases like older single woman and being picked on are offensive. Why didn't you realize this when you applied them to Claire? You get angry as soon as I use it to describe your daughter, Aunt Chloe. Just how much do you dislike Claire to constantly belittle her?" As soon as these words were spoken, Nora's eyes widened, and she looked at Aunt Chloe with suspicion. "Yes, She usually uses such words to describe Claire without thinking, but why does she get upset when the same words are used to describe her daughter? Claire was so excited, she almost clapped her hands. These words really resonated with her. She has disliked Aunt Chloe since she was a child, but she can't explain why. Every time Aunt Chloe speaks, it makes her feel very uncomfortable. Today, Victoria's words made her realize something. It was clearly Aunt Chloe who had been hostile towards her first. Under the guise of caring for her, she subtly belittled her, and her sixth sense detected this malice, which is why she physiologically rejects their approach. Aunt Chloe was both anxious and angry, and for a moment she didn't know how to refute her. Seeing Nora frowning and looking thoughtful, she rolled her eyes, covered her face, and started crying to Nora. Nora, what do Claire and her friend mean by this? Do they suspect I deliberately introduced her to a bad guy? Honestly, if it weren't for feeling sorry for you worrying about her marriage all day, why would I do this thankless thing? Now look what's happened. She doesn't like Blake, and she's taking it out on me, even insulting my daughter. As soon as she started crying, Nora panicked and quickly comforted her. Don't misunderstand. Claire and her friend didn't mean it that way. She just... Oh dear, Claire, quickly apologize to your Aunt Chloe. You've made her cry. Claire didn't move. Nora shoved her and said angrily, why are you so disobedient, child? Mom. Claire stood up, emboldened by Victoria's rebuttal that left Aunt Chloe speechless, and said, let me be frank, it's not that I doubt you. I just think Aunt Chloe is introducing me to bad people. I am 30 years old, that's true, but I have a decent education, job, and salary. But what about Blake? He has nothing: family background, personal ability, physique, appearance, temperament, or personality. How could she have the nerve to introduce me to someone like him? Even after I refused, she kept insisting that I get to know him. If Blake is truly a promising prospect, then let's keep him as Aunt Chloe's son-in-law. Pushing someone like him, who wouldn't even get a date on the main dating market, in front of me makes me question your motives. Aunt Chloe was stunned. In her memory, Claire was obedient and indecisive, just like her mother, and not good at refusing others. She knew exactly what kind of personality she had, which is why she introduced Blake to her. But now that she's put it this way, the blind date is not only going to fall through, but Nora will probably also notice something. Thinking of this, she immediately picked up the bag next to her, seemingly angry, but actually feeling guilty. Fine, you have high standards. It was my overestimation of myself to introduce Blake to you. It's all my fault, okay? I won't interfere in your affairs anymore, so my good intentions won't be taken for granted. After saying that, she turned and walked out. Nora sighed and got up to chase after her. Claire immediately grabbed her. Mom, don't you understand? Aunt Chloe just can't stand to see me doing well. She introduced someone like Blake and even tried her best to get me to marry him, all to push me into a pit of fire. Are you sure you still want to treat her like a good friend? Nora subconsciously knew that her best friend's actions were wrong, but she didn't want to think of her in such a bad way. Your Aunt Chloe isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Claire said angrily, opening the shopping bag next to her and shaking out the new clothes inside. I've wanted to say this for a long time. She keeps urging you to buy these clothes that don't suit you, not because they look good on you, but because she likes them. If I'm not mistaken, you won't wear them more than a few times before she'll say, openly or subtly, that you've gained weight and that the clothes don't suit you. Once you feel belittled and insecure, you just give the clothes to her. Look at what she wears and uses. How much of it has been taken from you in this way? Nora was completely bewildered and questioning her life. She. Think it over carefully. I've said everything I need to say. If you still think she's a good person, I won't stop you from continuing to associate with her, but from now on, neither of you are allowed to interfere in my affairs. After Claire finished speaking, she pulled Victoria and walked out. The two walked out of the restaurant, and it took Claire a while to calm down before letting out a long sigh. Awesome. Beating up Blake felt so good. It felt even better to confront Aunt Chloe. Thank you so much, Claire said sincerely. I always thought of Aunt Chloe as an elder, so I didn't feel comfortable showing my dissatisfaction with her. But today you reminded me that bad people don't discriminate based on seniority or age. When it's time to stand up for someone, you have to stand up for them. It has nothing to do with me. It's because you're smart and ambitious. Claire, as expected of a lawyer, is quick-witted and understands things immediately. Moreover, once she's figured things out, she acts immediately without any hesitation. Through Claire, Victoria seemed to see the female lawyer from her previous life who had worked tirelessly to defend the original Victoria, a woman with great empathy and a strong sense of justice. Claire smiled sheepishly, then, as if remembering something, took out her phone and said, "Can I add you on WeChat? I'd like to be friends with you." Victoria raised an eyebrow. "Okay, call me next time you encounter something like this. I have experience." The two added each other as friends. Seeing that it was getting late and they had achieved their purpose for coming, Victoria said, "I have to go back." "Your car is still in the parking lot, right? I'll take you there." "Good." Claire went to get the car and Victoria turned to look at the floor-to-ceiling windows not far away. Her and Claire's figures were reflected in the window. They were almost identical in height, build, and even hair length. Just as Nora said, their backs do look very similar. Victoria thoughtfully withdrew her gaze, a thought slowly rising in her mind. When Victoria returned home, Victor had already finished work and was watching a football game with his two childhood friends. Rose was clearing away the table where they had been entertained, while Leo quietly assembled Lego pieces beside her. Ethan, one of Victor's childhood friends, greeted Victoria warmly with a smile. "Sister-in-law, it's been a long time." Victoria smiled and said, "What brings you here today?" Victor said he got a new big TV at home and insisted on showing it off to us, so we came. Victoria raised an eyebrow and looked at the TV wall. Indeed, a rather expensive LCD TV had just been installed. "Have a good time. There's beer in the fridge. Go get some if you want." "Okay." After Victoria finished speaking, she greeted Leo and turned to walk towards the bedroom. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head to look at Rose, catching her red-handed as she secretly glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. Rose quickly lowered her head and wiped the table even more diligently. Thanks to the keen sixth sense, she realized something was amiss in the details. She immediately became alert and glanced at Rose and Victor without making a sound. Both of them were busy with their own things, which seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that Victor's back was straighter than usual, and his posture while sitting on the sofa appeared somewhat stiff. Rose wiped that small piece of tabletop repeatedly, her earnestness as if she wanted to polish it into a mirror. Victoria was cautious and quickly walked into the master bedroom, opening the bathroom door. Seeing the toilet clogged and water overflowing the bathroom, she felt relieved. Victor was finally going to take action. Victoria prides herself on not being a patient person. She is not afraid of Victor taking action, but she is afraid that he will keep holding back and waste her time. Since he's come here to die, he shouldn't be so ruthless. Thinking of this, Victoria left the bedroom and said to Victor, "The toilet in the bedroom bathroom is clogged. Call someone to come and unclog it." Victor, focused on the game, didn't turn his head. "Tomorrow I'm watching the game here. You can use the guest bathroom for now." Victoria didn't object and took her pajamas to the guest bathroom to take a shower. After entering the guest bathroom, Victoria closed the door and spent a few minutes checking around. She quickly noticed something amiss with the light bulb. Victor had replaced the light bulb with one that had a hidden function and connected the power supply of the water heater and the light bulb together. Over time, the light bulbs in a water heater may develop voltage problems, which can lead to electrical leakage in the water heater. Victoria always took more than 40 minutes to take a bath, and Victoria did not change this habit after being reborn. Victor knew her habits well and specially designed this deadly trap for her. That's why people say that when someone dies suddenly, their spouse is the prime suspect. Because they know each other so well, they can do countless things to each other in terms of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Victoria had even already figured out how Victor would handle the aftermath. If she gets an electric shock in the bathroom tonight, Victor will immediately cut off the power and call an ambulance in front of his childhood friends and send her to the hospital. Rose, who stayed at home, would change the light bulb and destroy the evidence. Even though Henry and Nora later realized that her death was suspicious and requested judicial intervention to investigate, they could not find any evidence. And the childhood friends who were invited to watch the game at their house tonight will become witnesses to this accident. They can not only prove that Victoria died from an accidental electric shock caused by a water heater, but they will also witness firsthand how Victor actively rescued her after the accident. This method of crime was not sophisticated, but Victor cleverly took advantage of its commonality. Many people die from electrocution while showering every year. Victoria was just unlucky. After seeing through his scheme, Victoria thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. She started filling the bathtub with water, making noise as if she were taking a bath, and then, after measuring the position, squeezed a large puddle of shower gel towards the bathroom door. She then changed into her pajamas, wet her hair, wrapped it in a shower cap to create the illusion that she had just taken a shower, and then slipped behind the bathroom door. With everything prepared, Victoria patiently waited for half an hour until the light bulb above her head flickered and made a crackling sound, followed by a click, and the entire bathroom went dark. Victoria let out a scream at just the right moment. Footsteps soon came from outside, followed by Victor's shout, "Honey, what's wrong?" Victoria did not answer. "Honey? Honey?" Victor knocked on the door, feigning concern, his voice urgent. "Are you all right? Say something." The two childhood friends sensed something was wrong and quickly came over. What happened? She probably slipped and fell because the bathroom floor was slippery. Victor turned the doorknob twice, and as expected, the door was locked from the inside. He immediately asked Rose to get the key. Rose deliberately delayed the rescue, searching around for a while before saying, "Victoria usually keeps the keys. I don't know where she put them." "Saving lives is the priority," Ethan said. "Let's break down the door." Victor glanced quickly at the wall clock. 2 minutes had passed since the scream came from the bathroom, and if nothing unexpected happened, the person inside was already dead. He nodded, took a few steps back, made a running start, and then charged towards the bathroom door. In the bathroom, Victoria stood behind the door, listening to the commotion outside, silently calculating the time and distance in her mind. Just as Victor bumped into her, she suddenly pulled the door open from the inside. The incident happened so suddenly that Victor couldn't stop himself and stepped into the bathroom, landing on the puddle of shower gel. He slipped and flew into the bathtub filled with water. His pupils contracted sharply, and everything before him seemed to slow down. In a mere second, Victor clearly saw Victoria standing behind the door, clean and refreshed, her hands wrapped in dry clothes as insulation, and her feet resting on a plastic stool. When she met his gaze, she smiled slightly, her eyes filled with mockery and malice. Victor's heart skipped a beat. She knows everything. The thought had barely crossed his mind when, with a splash, Victor tumbled into the bathtub, water splashing everywhere in the bathroom. He twitched twice, then fell silent. Rose, who was standing at the door, witnessed the whole thing. As someone who knew the whole murder plan, she knew as soon as she saw the situation that Victor had been electrocuted, and her face turned pale instantly. She frantically shoved Ethan, her voice trembling with extreme terror. "Quick! Help! Help my son!" Ethan instinctively thought Victor had drowned and immediately went into the bathroom to pull him out. But before he could even step into the bathroom, Victoria exclaimed, "Don't come in. The water heater is leaking electricity. He's been electrocuted." Ethan's foot froze on the spot, and his expression changed drastically. "Turn off the main power switch first," Victoria calmly instructed in a deep voice. After a brief moment of confusion, the other childhood friend immediately turned around and went to turn off the main power switch. It was 2 minutes later when the main power switch was turned off and the group frantically dragged Victor out of the bathtub. Victor was soaked to the bone and his face was pale. Ethan laid him flat on the ground, checked his mouth and nose, and then bent down to listen to his heartbeat. Upon determining that Victor's breathing and heartbeat had stopped, he immediately began performing CPR on Victor while instructing the other childhood friend, "Call 120 quickly." Compared to Ethan's composure, his other childhood friend was not so mentally strong. It was the first time he had encountered something like this, and the person involved was a childhood friend he had known since childhood. His hands were trembling when he dialed the number. When the ambulance arrived, Ethan helped lift Victor into the ambulance, and Rose squeezed in after him. The ambulance sped away, and Victoria stood there for a while. She sighed with regret. Victor was not dead. She went home, changed her clothes, and took Leo to the hospital. When Victoria arrived at the hospital, Victor was still undergoing emergency treatment. Rose and the others waited outside the emergency room, all looking tense and uneasy. Rose, in particular, had her facial muscles tense, her brows deeply furrowed, and her hands repeatedly clenching and unclenching. The wait stretched on endlessly, during which a nurse opened the emergency room door and came out. Hearing the commotion, Rose immediately went to greet the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how is my son?" "They're still trying to save him." The nurse left in a hurry after she finished speaking. After this happened several times, Rose finally couldn't bear the psychological pressure and broke down crying at the entrance of the emergency room. This was the first time Victoria had ever seen Rose cry like this. Tears streamed down her deeply lined old face. Her mouth was wide open, and she let out a hoarse and desperate cry. When she tried to breathe, her whole body convulsed and trembled like a broken bellows. Ethan couldn't bear to see the old woman cry, so he comforted her. "Auntie, don't be like this. Victor is still being rescued. He's a lucky man. He'll definitely be all right." Rose wouldn't listen and cried her heart out. She held for a while, then seemed to remember something, turned her head and stared at Victoria for a few seconds, then suddenly got up and rushed towards her, raising her hand to slap her. "It's all your fault. You jinx, you cursed my son. If anything happens to my son, I'll risk my life to get back at you." Victoria neither dodged nor avoided, but grabbed Rose's wrist. "Victor is not dead yet, and you are already wailing. Isn't that a bit too hasty? You." Rose flew into a rage and raised her other hand as if to hit her. Victoria was getting annoyed by her pestering, so she shoved her aside, grabbed her arm, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Besides, even if your son dies, it's his own fault. Don't you know best why he was electrocuted?" Rose was immediately like a toad with its throat being choked, all her insults and sobs stuck in her throat. Half an hour later, the emergency room door opened again, and this time a doctor came out. Ethan and Rose immediately stepped forward. "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor removed his mask. "He's been saved." Rose's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she clasped her hands together, saying, "Buddha has shown his power, heaven has eyes." However, the doctor interrupted her, his expression grave. "His brain has been deprived of oxygen for too long, and there is a possibility of long-term effects. We will have to wait until he wakes up to make a specific assessment." Victor was taken to the ward and settled in. Victoria went over to take a look at him as a formality, and then took Leo, who was so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open, to go home. As she walked out of the hospital, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Sister-in-law." Victoria paused, turned around, and Ethan quickly walked a few steps to her side. "It's not safe to be out so late at night. I'll take you home." "No need, I can drive," Victoria refused. "You've been up all night, go back and rest." Ethan insisted, reaching out to pick up Leo. "It's only a 10-minute drive, it won't take long." Victoria saw another meaning in his actions, thought about it, and then handed him the car keys instead of refusing. Back at home, the house was pitch black. Ethan placed the sleeping Leo on the sofa and said, "The electrical appliance in the bathroom that's leaking electricity needs to be dealt with, otherwise there's a safety hazard." "I'll go take a look." He turned on his phone's flashlight and went into the bathroom. Victoria stared at his back, narrowing her eyes. Is Ethan suspecting that Victor's electrocution was a setup orchestrated by her? So, under the pretext of sending her and Leo back home, He went to collect evidence and seek justice for Victor? Or perhaps Rose had already informed him, and Ethan knew that Victor was the mastermind behind this accident, and that he had come back to destroy the evidence in time? Thinking of this, Victoria took a flashlight from the drawer and quietly walked to the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, Ethan stood on a plastic chair to remove the tampered light bulb. He deftly unscrewed the light bulb and used his phone's flashlight to examine the wiring connections. Victoria, observing his actions, was basically certain of her earlier guess. She scoffed inwardly, then turned on her flashlight without warning. Need any help? Ethan was startled and immediately turned around. Victoria could see the cold sweat on his forehead caused by nervousness. No need. Victoria's eyes were icy. Let's leave these things to a professional electrician. I'll have someone come and take care of it tomorrow. It's getting late, so I won't see you off. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Although she disapproved of Ethan's actions of aiding and abetting evil, she kept in mind that this was a society governed by the rule of law, and that assaulting or injuring someone would result in legal consequences. Moreover, her only target in this life has always been Victor. As long as Ethan does not affect her plans, she does not want to make a move against him rashly. Sister-in-law. Wait. Ethan called out to her. Victoria turned around, and Ethan jumped off the plastic stool, took 3 steps and 2 to walk up to her, and looked at her with a hesitant expression. Is something the matter? Victoria asked. Ethan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly said, Divorce Victor. He wants to kill you. Victoria was taken aback. Ethan mistook her reaction for shock and fear, so he picked up a light bulb and showed it to her. I checked it, and the light bulb's wiring has been tampered with. If I'm not mistaken, it's what caused the water heater to leak electricity. The purpose was to kill you and disguise it as an electrical accident. Victoria snapped out of her surprise, her eyes turning intrigued, but the person who got into trouble was Victor. Why do you think I'm the victim? What if I was the one who set up the scheme, and I was the one who wanted to kill him? You were in the bathroom when it happened. If you wanted to kill someone, you didn't have to risk your life. Besides, judging from Aunt Rose's reaction at the hospital, she knew that Victor wanted to harm you. Ethan paused here, then added, Besides, you're not that kind of person. This was a subtle remark, and Victoria asked, Why do you say that? Ethan scratched the back of his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, The year you married Brother Victor, my mother was seriously ill. I borrowed money everywhere and came to Brother Victor for help. You lent me 200,000 yuan without saying a word. I will always remember this kindness. You are a kind person, and I believe you wouldn't do something so extreme. Victoria remained silent, her mind racing. It's fine if she makes Ethan misunderstand her as a kind and weak person. She can portray herself as a victim to gain his sympathy, and maybe she can use him in the future. Thinking of this, Victoria turned her face to the side and pondered for 3 seconds. When she looked up at Ethan again, a thin layer of tears had already welled up in her eyes. I know that Victor wanted to kill me. This isn't the first time. Ethan was taken aback. If you knew that, why didn't you get a divorce? What will happen to Leo after the divorce? He refuses to give me custody of the child. Victoria said, tears streaming down her face. The child is a piece of my heart. How can I bear to leave him with a father who has violent tendencies? Violent tendencies? Ethan asked doubtfully. You mean Victor? Victoria sighed softly, placed the flashlight on the locker, and began to unbutton her clothes in front of Ethan. Seeing this, Ethan immediately turned his face away awkwardly. Sister-in-law you. Victoria continued moving, unbuttoning the top 3 buttons of her shirt, pulling open the collar and revealing half of her shoulder. Ethan glanced at the scars out of the corner of his eye and was startled by the crisscrossing marks on them. In a small area the size of a palm, scars upon scars overlapped, and at first glance, there wasn't a single patch of intact skin. He did all of these? Victoria nodded, pulled up her collar and put on her clothes. 6 years have passed, and I'm glad I'm still alive. Ethan's eyes were strained, and it took him a while to say, he usually seems very normal. I didn't know he was that kind of person. I'll go and persuade him to get a divorce and give you custody of the child. Victoria panicked and quickly said, "Please don't." "Why?" "Victor is very proud. If he knew I told you about his violent tendencies, he would beat me to death." Victoria sobbed softly. As for divorce, if he were willing to divorce, he would have done so long ago. I have begged him countless times over the past 6 years, but he said he is only widowed, not divorced. These words successfully ignited Ethan's anger. He clenched his fists and said, "That bastard Victor has gone too far. I was blind to have known him for so many years, and I never realized he was this kind of person." After he finished cursing, he asked Victoria in a low voice, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Victoria shook her head, wiped away her tears, and gave him a somewhat forced smile. "No need. I'm already very happy that you can listen to me. Over the years, I've called the police and sought help from the neighborhood committee, but everyone tells me that this is just a marital conflict and doesn't warrant divorce. No one has ever considered my perspective. Every time I bring up divorce, Victor threatens to kill my parents. I'm afraid of implicating them, so I haven't dared to tell them the truth. Telling you my troubles today makes me feel much better." The pity in Ethan's eyes deepened. "What are your plans for the future?" "I don't know." Victoria lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling. "I originally planned to lure Victor to the bathroom today and die together with him, but I didn't expect." "Don't be impulsive." Ethan interrupted her, saying seriously, "If something happens to you both, what will happen to the child?" "I left a will for my parents. They will help raise Leo. If there were any other way, I wouldn't have gone down this path." Ethan clenched and unclenched his fists several times before he seemed to have made up his mind. "I can help you." Victoria asked, "How can you help?" "I own a share in Victor's company. He is injured now, and it's hard to say whether there will be any after effects. He will need to stay in the hospital for a period of time to recover. When he wakes up, I will persuade him to focus on recovering and temporarily hand over the company's management to me. During this time, we can work together to undermine the company and transfer his share of the assets to your name. Controlling the finances means controlling the situation. You'll have more leverage when discussing divorce with Victor, and he'll be more cautious. If things come to that, he might still be unwilling to agree." Ethan paused, his gaze resolute. "I will hire the best lawyer to handle your divorce case." Victoria's eyes lit up. This time it wasn't an act. "This method seems more interesting than simply and crudely inheriting Victor's property as his widow." She could even imagine how furious and frantic Victor would be if he discovered that his trusted best friend and wife had conspired to undermine his company. "Thank you," Victoria said, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you for helping me. I'm doing this not only to help you, but also to help Victor." Ethan said in a heavy tone, "We've been friends for so many years. Even if he's a bastard, I don't want to see him kill someone and go to jail, and I certainly don't want you to die with him." Ethan didn't stay long. He told Victoria not to touch the bathroom water heater and then left. Victoria saw him to the door, and as soon as his figure disappeared from sight, the emotion and gratitude on her face vanished instantly. "Free help delivered to your door. Might as well take advantage of it." The following evening, Victoria received a message from Ethan saying that Victor had woken up, but his condition was not optimistic. Victoria had just finished her boxing class when her gaze fell on the words, "The situation is not very optimistic," and she became interested. "I'm coming right away." When Victoria drove to the hospital and entered Victor's ward, there were already quite a few people inside. Besides Ethan, there were also company employees and clients who came to visit Victor after learning of his injury. Victor lay in bed, still relatively conscious, but his reactions were noticeably sluggish. He was surrounded by a group of chattering people, but no matter what they said to him, he looked completely bewildered. Seeing that he was not in good condition, the people wisely did not stay long and left quickly. Victoria and Ethan saw them out. After they had all left, Ethan said, "Victor has hearing loss and can't hear anymore." Victoria frowned, pretending, "What did the doctor say?" "It is currently uncertain whether it is temporary or permanent. If it is permanent, a cochlear implant may be necessary in the future." Ethan said, "In addition, brain hypoxia also has sequelae, affecting limb movement. Before you came, He wanted to go to the bathroom and fell when he got out of bed. Victoria felt increasingly relieved as she listened. Victor knows very well what an electric shock is. He was injured like this, so he must be resentful. Ethan whispered a reminder to prevent him from venting his anger on you. Don't be alone with him when no one else is around. He's just immobile, not paralyzed, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to hurt you. Victoria nodded, as if she had taken his advice to heart. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two returned to the ward. Victor was in a daze when he caught a glimpse of someone coming in. He turned his head and his gaze fell on Victoria, instantly turning fierce. In front of Ethan, Victoria awkwardly shrank back a bit. Ethan walked over and blocked her way without making a sound. He took out his phone and typed a message in the Notes app for Victor, first informing him of the current situation and then offering to take over the management of the company. Victor had just secured a project some time ago, and he knew very well that the company couldn't be left unmanaged at this time. In addition, he trusted Ethan, so he agreed without thinking. Then he called Rose and asked her to take Ethan home to get the seal. Ethan was worried about leaving Victoria here. Let my sister-in-law go home and get it for me. Isn't Leo at home too? There can't be any adults at home. Rose, unaware of his thoughts, said, It's all right, I'll go back and get it. I need to pack my things for the hospital anyway. Could you give me a ride? After she said that, Ethan had no choice but to give up. Before leaving, he gave Victoria a wink where Victor couldn't see. Victoria nodded almost imperceptibly, indicating that he could rest assured. After Rose and Ethan left, only the two of them remained in the ward. Victor immediately revealed his fierce side and struggled to get out of bed. But his whole body was numb and painful, and he couldn't muster any strength. All he could do was slur his words and curse, Victoria, you poisonous woman, you slut. You'll fucking die a horrible death. You wait, I'll definitely kill you. If I don't, I'll change my surname. Victoria crossed her arms and looked at him calmly, her expression mocking as if she were watching a clown jumping around. After he had finished cursing and was tired of it, she slowly walked to the bedside, sat down in the chair, and lazily raised one leg and put it on the edge of the bed and incidentally stepped on the 4 tube. Victor stared wide-eyed as he watched the 4 drip back into the bloodstream. He immediately and clumsily tried to sweep Victoria's leg away. But as soon as he made a move, Victoria grabbed his arm. Honey, don't move around. Look, the blood is flowing back. Victoria said with a smile. She tore off the tape securing the 4 needle and slowly pulled it out, her movements tender and affectionate. But the next moment, she suddenly turned the 4 needle around and plunged it into Victor's palm, piercing his hand through. Victor let out a blood-curdling scream. Hearing the commotion, the nurse pushed open the ward door and rushed in, only to be nearly hit by a flying water glass. She dodged to the side and saw the patient's family members hiding to the side, their faces full of fear, while the patient, clutching his bleeding hand, frantically grabbed whatever he could get his hands on and threw it at his family members, all the while muttering incoherent curses. He was already uncoordinated due to the aftereffects of the electric shock, and now, in his frenzy, he was completely irrational. His expression was ferocious, his eyes trembled, and the veins on his neck bulged. He quickly fell headfirst off the bed. Finally, the nurses and doctors held Victor down and gave him a sedative to calm him down. The ward returned to quiet, and Victoria picked up the things scattered on the floor and put them back in their original places. After doing all that, she tucked the blanket around Victor and said, Victor, you have to get better. Victor was still relatively conscious. His eyelids twitched. Although he couldn't hear, he knew from Victoria's sinister expression that what the other party was saying was not a good thing. He forced out a few words through gritted teeth. What exactly do you want? Victoria took his hand and wrote a line of words clearly and slowly in his palm. I want you dead. Victor stayed in the hospital for more than a month. During this period, Victoria would visit him from time to time. To outsiders, every time Victoria appeared in the ward, Victor would fly into a rage within 10 minutes, yelling and smashing things. Unfortunately, his injuries hadn't healed yet, and he was slow to react and had difficulty moving around. After an attack, he was often the one who ended up covered in injuries. Victoria, the target of his anger, always left the hospital with a gloomy expression. Only Victor himself knew that every time that woman came, she deliberately provoked and angered him, choosing to humiliate and torment him when no one else was around, using all sorts of methods. After provoking him into a rage, she would act like a victim, making people think that he is the one who is being unreasonable. Victor was like someone who had swallowed a bitter pill, unable to express his suffering. After this happened several times, even Ethan, who came to the hospital to report on the company's operations, began to complain. "Can't you just shut up? Everyone in the ward knows you have a bad temper and that you beat your wife," Ethan said, frowning. "Aren't you ashamed?" Victor's hearing had recovered a little, and he could hear about 20% of what was being said. He said with a stern face, "I didn't hit her, she hit me." As he spoke, he awkwardly rolled up his sleeves, showing Ethan the bruises on his arm that Victoria had given him. "That woman is very cunning. Don't be fooled by her." Ethan instinctively wanted to refute, but he was worried that speaking up for Victoria at this time would arouse Victor's suspicion and be detrimental to the later plans, so he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Let's not talk about that. You should take your medicine." Ethan picked up the medicine from the bedside table and handed it to Victor, watching him take it and then patiently waited for half an hour. It wasn't until Victor felt a bit sleepy after the medication took effect that Ethan took out a document. "By the way, this is the informed consent form for the project application. Take a look and sign it if there are no problems." Victor yawned repeatedly, quickly glanced at the first few pages of the document, and found no problems. He simply flipped to the last page and signed his name. As soon as he finished signing, Ethan quickly put the documents away and said, "You get some rest. I'll come see you another day." After quickly leaving the hospital, Ethan made a phone call to Victoria. Victor signed the share transfer agreement. Victoria raised an eyebrow, so smoothly. Ethan paused, then lowered his voice. "He trusts me." Victoria sensed the guilt in his words and immediately shifted her focus. "Ethan, thank you. If we can successfully get a divorce, Leo and I will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. You made me believe that there are still good people in this world and that kind people will be rewarded." Ethan was indeed comforted, and his tone became lighter. "You're exaggerating. Wait for my good news." After hanging up the phone, Victoria, contrary to her previous tearful gratitude, expressionlessly put her phone back in her bag and looked at Claire across the table. It's the weekend, and Claire had invited her out for dinner. "Who called you?" Claire asked curiously. The two had kept in touch during this time, and she vaguely knew that Victoria was not a simple person. But seeing that she had one expression while on the phone and another after hanging up, changing at a speed comparable to the face-changing act in Sichuan opera, she still couldn't help but marvel. "My husband's best friend," Victoria said. "We conspired together to transfer my husband's shares to my name so that he would leave with nothing." This statement contained so much information that Claire was stunned and couldn't process it for a moment. She asked cautiously, "You and your husband's brother, you?" Victoria could tell at a glance that she had misunderstood, and said with a smile, "I didn't cheat. I don't do that kind of thing." She briefly explained the situation of the family, which initially angered Claire, then amazed her, and finally made her look at her with bright eyes and admiration. "Victoria, you are simply a role model for us all." Claire gave her a thumbs up. Unable to endure domestic violence, you took up boxing and ended up beating the abusive man. This is something that would be celebrated and praised in the news. "You understand news traffic," Victoria said. After chatting idly for a while, Victoria asked about Claire's blind date. "Is Blake still bothering you?" "I blocked him on WeChat, but he kept trying to add me with different accounts, and I ignored him," Claire said. "After you gave my mom some pointers last time, she asked around about Blake, and guess what?" Claire kept Victoria in suspense for a moment, then continued, "Goodness, his father Jacob is a gambler. The bizarre things he's done are worthy of being featured on Protecting Jiafeng West Road." A couple of years ago, he was in debt and couldn't pay it back, so he accepted a dowry of 200,000 yuan and tried to sell his daughter, who was still in high school. Victoria raised an eyebrow and then, fortunately, the girl was quick-witted and escaped in the middle of the night to call the police. This incident became known far and wide, and the Blake's family became a notorious pit of fire. Anyone who knew about their family situation was unwilling to marry their daughter to them. Blake also has an older brother, Liam. Both of them are getting on in years and have been asking matchmakers everywhere to arrange marriages, but every single one has fallen through. My mother was furious when she found out, and she immediately called Aunt Chloe and berated her, cutting off all contact with her. "Well done," Victoria said. "Your mother was just blinded by the people she trusted. Once she breaks free from her preconceived notions, she is still quite clear-headed. This incident has left her with psychological trauma. For several days in a row, she kept nagging me, saying that I shouldn't have forced me to go on blind dates, and that if I married someone like Blake, my life would be ruined." Claire said this with a relaxed expression. "You have no idea how happy I was after she agreed. Before, I was under pressure from her to contact Blake. I had to reply to WeChat messages, answer phone calls, and be proactive. Otherwise, Blake would complain to my mom and Aunt Chloe, saying that I was impolite and ignored him. I was already annoyed at work, and having to deal with this kind of person during breaks was making me question my life." Victoria saw Claire's happy expression and was genuinely relieved for her. But recalling Claire's experience in her previous life, she straightened her expression and reminded her, "It's a good thing that your mother isn't pressuring you anymore, but you can't let your guard down." In the case of Blake's family, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for the law, Blake would have wanted to snatch a woman back, tie her up, and have her give birth. Now that he has his eye on you, he probably won't give up easily. You have to be wary of him resorting to underhanded tactics. Claire's smile vanished. Does he dare to act recklessly? That's hard to say. Victoria couldn't tell her how extreme Blake was. "You're a criminal defense lawyer. You should have seen more examples of how evil human nature can be than I have." Claire's expression changed after hearing those words. She had studied many serious criminal cases, but people always have a sense of luck. If something doesn't happen to them, they always feel that it's far away from them. After a moment of contemplation, Claire nodded solemnly. "Okay, I will be more vigilant." As the meal was drawing to a close, Claire received a last-minute work call, requiring her to go to the law firm. The two said goodbye at the restaurant entrance. Claire thought for a moment and said, "Although I don't handle divorce cases, if you need me, I can introduce you to a lawyer who specializes in divorce cases. He's a very powerful figure in the industry." "Okay, I'll definitely contact you if I need anything. Then I'll be going now. See you later." Claire turned around and went to the parking lot to get her car. As soon as her figure disappeared at the parking lot entrance, Victoria, who was still standing there, immediately noticed a thin figure following her into the parking lot. "This person is Blake." Victoria's expression hardened, and she quickly ran towards the parking lot while taking out her phone to call Claire. As soon as the call connected, Victoria spoke rapidly. "Blake is following you. He's gone into the parking lot too." Claire was clearly taken aback, her voice tinged with tension. What does he want to do? Victoria's mind raced. In her previous life, Claire was hit and killed by Blake in the street a year later. Now, Blake has already started stalking her. Could it be that her arrival has triggered a butterfly effect, and without the help of Nora and Aunt Chloe, Blake has become desperate and acted ahead of schedule? Don't panic. Do as I say right now. Don't go to the parking space. There are fewer people there and the space is narrow. It's easy for him to find an opportunity to harm you. Good. Then. Victoria paused here, recalling the thought that had popped into her mind when she saw her own body so similar to Claire's through the floor-to-ceiling window outside the restaurant last time. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to test its feasibility. "And then what?" Claire asked. Victoria said, "I remember there's a restroom on the right side of the west exit of the parking lot. Go to the restroom right now and keep the call going in the meantime." Although Claire did not know Victoria's intention in asking her to do this, She agreed without hesitation because of her trust in her and immediately took action. After giving her instructions, Victoria strode towards the west exit of the parking lot. 3 minutes later, Victoria entered through the west exit, where the restroom was not far away. From a distance, she could vaguely see a figure lurking in the shadows near the entrance to the women's restroom. It's Blake. But he was clearly hesitant and did not rush into the women's restroom. Victoria subtly pulled down her hat to cover her face, pretending not to notice him, and walked straight into the restroom. When she bumped into Claire in the restroom, she was so shocked that her face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "I saw him. He brought a baseball bat." She had been warned to be careful of this person just an hour ago, and an hour later she discovered that he was following her. What terrified her most was that before Victoria told her she was being followed, she had no idea how long Blake had been tailing her. Victoria patted her back reassuringly, then put her hat on Claire's head. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Take off your coat." Claire subconsciously did as she was told, until Victoria put on her coat, at which point she realized what was happening. "What are you doing?" "I'll lure him away and teach him a lesson." Claire immediately grabbed her arm. "No. It's too dangerous. Let's call the police." "Would calling the police be of any use?" Victoria said. "He's following you. He's carrying a baseball bat as a weapon. He wants to harm you. We both know all this, but he hasn't made a move yet, so it doesn't constitute a crime. If the police come, they'll just give him a warning and a verbal warning. But if they do that, he'll expose his whereabouts, and he'll go from secretly following you to openly tailing you." Claire was speechless. "Trust me, I can handle him." Victoria grabbed Claire's arm. "We have to teach him a lesson today, otherwise who knows what heinous things he might do next time." After persuading Claire, Victoria went into a restroom stall and took the garbage bag off the trash can. Then, she straightened her coat, tied her long, flowing hair into a half-up style like Claire's, slung Claire's bag over her shoulder, and went out. As soon as she stepped out of the restroom, she immediately noticed a gaze fixed on her, so intense it seemed as if it wanted to bore 2 holes through her. The next moment, the other party followed. Victoria walked towards the parking lot without looking back, seemingly with a relaxed pace, but in reality, she looked up and quietly observed the distribution of the cameras around her. After identifying one of the blind spots in the surveillance cameras, she squinted and, as she passed the fire extinguisher box at the corner, casually stuffed the half-empty bottle of water that someone had thrown on it into her bag before walking towards the blind spot. As she approached the blind spot of the surveillance camera, she quickened her pace and jogged a few steps, then vanished from Blake's sight in a flash. Blake was taken aback. He ran a few steps forward and found the corner of Claire's coat sticking out from under the pillar in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the hem of her clothes was still trembling slightly. He immediately realized that his stocking had been exposed. Claire panicked and fled to this place in an attempt to shake him off. Blake glanced around, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Isn't being a lawyer supposed to be an elite profession? This Claire isn't exactly smart either. Hiding in a place like this, isn't that just waiting for him to catch her like a turtle in a jar? Since the other party couldn't escape, Blake decided to stop worrying. Thinking of how Claire had rejected him time and time again and even blocked his WeChat and phone number, he maliciously propped one end of the baseball bat on the ground, dragging it with a thud as he walked forward step by step. Imagining Claire as a cornered cannon fodder in a TV drama, trembling as she listened to Blake approach, Blake's face contorted with excitement. When he was 2 steps away from the pillar, he deliberately stopped, preparing to appear in front of Claire with the oppressive aura of a major villain, but something flashed past his eyes, accompanied by a gust of wind. Before he could react, a foul-smelling garbage bag was placed over his head, and he instantly lost his sight. Immediately afterwards, fists and feet rained down, and Blake was so badly beaten that he couldn't tell which way was which. Blake was hit more than a dozen times in the eyes and on the bridge of his nose. He screamed repeatedly and blood gushed from his nose. He finally realized that the person in front of him was not Claire. Claire, a frail woman, simply did not possess such strength. "Who are you?" Blake angrily reached for the garbage bag on his head, but as he raised his hand, the baseball bat fell to the ground with a clatter. There was a brief moment of silence in the air. Blake's heart clenched instantly, hesitating between squatting down to pick up the baseball bat and raising his hand to tear off the garbage bag. In the brief moment he hesitated, the other person suddenly let out a contemptuous sneer. Blake made a quick decision and immediately tore open the garbage bag on his head. He absolutely had to see who was behind it. As soon as the garbage bag was torn open and he regained his sight, a loud clang rang out as a baseball bat made intimate contact with his forehead. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. A few minutes later, Victoria left the parking lot as if nothing had happened. Claire, who was waiting anxiously outside, immediately drove over and picked her up. "Are you all right?" Claire asked. Victoria took off her coat and tossed it into the back seat, then smoothed her long hair. Everything went smoothly. Claire finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after this incident, Blake knows that his stalking has been exposed, and today's beating is also related to you. "He may retaliate against you," Victoria said. "You should be mentally prepared." Claire had completely calmed down by now and said with a wry smile, "He even followed me with a baseball bat, which proves that what he wanted to do to me from the beginning was not much better than revenge. In any case, you have done me a great favor again. If it weren't for you, I might have been in trouble today." "We're friends, it's only natural," Victoria asked. "What are your plans for the future?" Claire frowned and said, after a while, "I will tell my parents about the seriousness of this matter and have them put pressure on Blake and his family. Also, I will not go out alone during this period so as not to give him another chance to attack me. Yes, be careful in everything." Victoria said this, but her thoughts were completely different. While beating Blake in the parking lot, she realized a terrible truth. In her previous life, Claire was hit and killed by Blake in the street. This tragedy had nothing to do with whether Claire had completely rejected Blake, nor with her mother's urging and matchmaking, nor even with Aunt Chloe's malicious encouragement. The root of the problem lies with Blake. As long as he doesn't give up harassing her, Claire won't be able to escape. Even in this life, thanks to her own reminders, Claire has realized how terrifying Blake is and has started trying her best to prevent him. But if nothing unexpected happens, she still can't stop the tragedy from happening. Claire is a normal person. She needs to socialize and work. She can't stay at home forever. Whenever she went out, Blake could always find an opportunity to make a move. The moment Blake decided to take action against her, he had already put everything else aside, including his own life and death. He only wanted Claire dead. Having such a madman as a scapegoat is a dead end. What is a dead end? A stalemate that can only be broken if someone dies. The car entered the tunnel, and it became dark all around. Victoria turned her head to look at her reflection in the car window, and at Claire, who was driving attentively in the driver's seat. She reached out and tapped the spot where their reflections overlapped. Since someone has to die to break the deadlock, let the one who bleeds become the perpetrator. A few days later, Victor was discharged from the hospital. His hearing has recovered to about 30 to 40%, but he needs to speak loudly to hear. As for his limited limb mobility, he will need to rest in bed and take medication regularly for it to recover slowly. That evening, Ethan came to the house to report on his work. During this time, he frequently visited the hospital and the house. Leo became quite familiar with him. While Victor was looking at reports, Leo hugged Ethan's leg and wanted to play the human swing game with him. The so-called human swing is a game in which Leo uses Ethan's arm as a support point and swings back and forth while climbing up with both hands. Leo never got tired of playing, and Ethan also went along with him, stretching out his arm to play along. After reviewing the report, Victor signed it and then asked some questions about work, which Ethan answered one by one. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom opened and Victoria came out. Victor keenly noticed that Ethan immediately looked up and exchanged a glance with Victoria. "Brother Ethan is here," Victoria greeted. Ethan smiled and said, brought a few reports over for Brother Victor to review. Victoria asked, "Have you had dinner?" "Not yet." "Let's eat together. We haven't started eating at home yet either." Ethan bent down and pulled Leo, who was hanging from his arm, up. "Okay, thanks. Don't mention it. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." The two exchanged a few casual words, and then Victoria turned and went to the balcony to collect the laundry. But this scene was glaringly obvious to Victor. When did Ethan become so familiar with Victoria? Then there's Leo, who rarely speaks, but he clings to Ethan as soon as he arrives, and the two are like father and son. Moreover, Ethan has been frequently visiting lately, reporting even trivial matters about the company to him in a very attentive manner. Did he use the excuse of reporting on his work to come see Victoria? Once the seed of doubt was planted in his mind, Victor's eyes sharpened. Ethan stayed for dinner before leaving. As soon as he stepped out the door, Victor immediately shouted towards the children's room, "Victoria! Victoria!" Victoria opened the door. "What?" Victor pulled out a document from somewhere. "Ethan left this. He just came downstairs. Take it to him." Victoria didn't want to run errands for him. "I'm busy. Ask your mother to go." "Would it kill you to run a few steps?" "It's an important document for tomorrow's meeting. If you hadn't gotten me into this mess, would I need to order you around?" Victor emphasized, "If you don't go, Ethan will find the documents are left here tomorrow and will have to come all the way here again." Victoria then took the document, opened the door, and quickly went downstairs. As soon as she left, Victor's eyes immediately darkened. Sure enough, she immediately gave in when it came to troubling Ethan. "They definitely took advantage of my hospitalization to get together." Victor felt both angry and disgusted. He shuffled his stiff legs to the balcony and craned his neck to look down. Soon, Victoria appeared downstairs. She called to Ethan, who was about to get into the car, and handed him the documents. After exchanging a few words, Ethan left. Victoria waved to him and turned to go home. Victor witnessed the whole thing and felt like he was being cheated on. He was so angry that he slapped the balcony railing. Several bundles of Rose's homemade preserved vegetables, which were drying on the railing, fell off after he slapped them. Victoria downstairs heard the noise and immediately looked up. Victor quickly shrank below the balcony and hid himself. Victoria narrowed her eyes. Back upstairs, Victoria went into the children's room as if nothing had happened and continued playing puzzles with Leo, but the scene from earlier kept replaying in her mind. Why was Victor hiding on the balcony to spy on her and Ethan? She pondered over and over every word Victor said. An important document that we'll need for tomorrow's meeting. If you don't go, Ethan will find the documents are left here tomorrow and will have to come all the way here again. She seemed to understand something, picked up her phone and called Ethan. "Brother Ethan, is that document I gave you the one for tomorrow's meeting?" Ethan was taken aback and said, puzzled, "A meeting? There's no meeting tomorrow. There's a press conference for Buick Lacrosse tomorrow, and I have to go." Victoria instantly felt reassured. Victor suspected that she was having an affair with Ethan and was secretly testing her. Ethan asked, "What's wrong?" "It's all right. Victor just said he took the wrong one, but I think he misremembered." After casually dismissing Ethan, Victoria hung up the phone. She had been worried about how to lure Victor out, but now that he had become suspicious, the opportunity had come. The next day, Victoria put on makeup, changed into an elegant Chanel-style knee-length dress, and wore sunglasses that covered half of her face before going out. As she was changing her shoes in the entryway, Victor, who had heard the noise, came out of the bedroom and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "A friend invited me to dinner." "What friends?" Victor pressed. "I've never heard of you having friends before." Victoria put on her shoes and looked up at him. "What's it to you? If you're bored at home, go wash that pile of shoes on the balcony." "Victor." As soon as Victoria stepped out, Victor immediately called Rose over. "Quick, follow her and see where she goes." As Rose took off her apron, she asked, "What's wrong?" "That woman cheated on me with someone else," Victor said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Rose exclaimed, "This is outrageous." She threw down the apron in her hand and immediately followed her out. Victoria drove out of the residential area and saw Rose get into a taxi on the side of the road in the rearview mirror. The taxi followed her at a distance. She gave a light sneer. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the Buick Regal Hotel. Victoria didn't rush to get out of the car. She waited in the car for more than 10 minutes until she saw Ethan drive over and enter the hotel first. Only then did she pick up her bag and go in. Then she left through the back door of the hotel and took a taxi to the law firm where Claire worked. At the hotel's front entrance, Rose hid behind the green belt and clearly saw Ethan and Victoria entering the hotel one after the other. She immediately called Victor. "Son, I saw it." "It was Ethan," Rose said excitedly. "He and Victoria went into the hotel. I saw it with my own eyes." Victor's heart sank. "Just as I expected." Thinking about Ethan's unusual attentiveness and care towards him these days, was it because he felt guilty for spending time with his wife? "I treated him like a brother, but he took advantage of my inconvenience." Victor was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. He abruptly hung up the phone, his mind racing. He needs to find a way to ruin the reputation of these two, so they can never hold their heads up again. Meanwhile, Victoria arrived at the law firm and immediately heard a commotion coming from the reception desk. "Your firm's lawyers beat me up like this. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "A lawyer? You think you can assault someone without knowing it's illegal? Get Claire out here to see me. Otherwise, I'll make a scene here until you close down." Victoria hadn't intended to pay any attention and was about to enter through the side door when she heard Claire's name, and she paused in her steps. She lowered her sunglasses a few centimeters and looked closely. The troublemaker was none other than Blake, whom she had beaten black and blue a few days ago. He didn't give up, and even escalated his sneaky stalking into blatant harassment, taking it all to the firm. Victoria narrowed her eyes, about to go and chase him away, when her arm was grabbed and she was pulled into the office. "It's Claire. Why are you here?" Claire asked. Victoria didn't say that she was worried about her, so she came to check on her. She changed the subject. "How long has Blake been making a scene?" "It's been 3 days," Claire said helplessly. "He not only caused a scene at the firm, but also went to my neighborhood and spread rumors that I was spending his money even though I wasn't dating him, and demanded an explanation from me. My parents called the police and got rid of him." Victoria frowned. Blake knows how to make people disgusted. His outburst made it seem to uninformed people that flies don't land on eggs without cracks, implying that Blake was no good person and that Claire must also have problems. "My dad also went to his family to ask them to control Blake, but..." Claire's expression was indescribable. "His dad, Jacob, not only didn't think Blake did anything wrong, but also advised me not to be picky and that I wouldn't lose out by marrying Blake. This made my dad furious, and we almost got into a fight." Victoria was not surprised by this. Like father, like son. If Jacob can raise a son like Blake, what kind of person must he be? As the two were talking, Claire's phone rang. After finishing the call, she picked up her laptop bag. "A client wants to meet me at a coffee shop to discuss a case." At this point, she sounded a bit annoyed. "My dad has been driving me to and from work these past few days, but he hasn't come yet." "Blake is out," Victoria asked. "Where is it?" "I'll take you there." Claire gave the location and said in a low voice, "Let's go out through the back door," without letting Blake find out. The two sneaked out the back door like thieves, circled around to the parking lot, and drove away. Upon arriving at the coffee shop, the customer was a refined young man named Michael. Claire sat down with him and began to talk, while Victoria sat at another table not far away, lost in thought. After having 2 more cups of coffee, Claire's case was still not finished, and it was already evening. The setting sun outside was as bright as fire, and looking through the floor-to-ceiling window, it dyed half the sky red. Victoria took out her phone, adjusted the focus, and took a picture. She took several photos in a row, put down her phone, opened her photo album, and was about to admire her photographic works when she suddenly saw a gloomy face in the lower right corner of the photos. Victoria zoomed in on the photo and saw that it was Blake sitting in the car, staring intently at Claire in the coffee shop. Her right eyelid twitched violently. She and Claire left the firm through the back door, and Blake, who was at the front desk, was unaware of it. How did he manage to get here? Could it be that he installed a GPS tracker on Claire's car? Victoria looked up at Claire, who was earnestly communicating with Michael 7 or 8 meters away, completely unaware of what was happening. This world is truly ironic. Claire did nothing wrong, but just because she was targeted by a self-deprecating and vile scoundrel like Blake, she has to lose her life. What's even more disgusting is that in her previous life, before she was murdered, she had tried every means to protect herself, but she still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Unless Blake dies, no one can save her. Just as Victoria was lost in thought, Blake outside suddenly got out of the car and walked straight into the restaurant. Victoria's vigilance instantly spiked, and she quickly got up and walked towards Claire. "Claire, Blake is here." Claire looked behind her and met Blake's unfriendly face. Her expression changed and she immediately stood up. Blake quickly walked to the dining table, his resentful triangular eyes sweeping over Victoria and Claire hiding behind her, before finally landing on Michael. "Are you Claire's client?" Blake asked Michael. "Are you sure you want to hire this kind of lawyer to defend you?" Michael was bewildered by the question. What's wrong? Claire, as a lawyer, knowingly broke the law. Blake pointed to his bruised and battered face. "Look, these are all from her." "Blake, you're talking nonsense," Claire retorted, both frightened and angry. "How many times do I have to tell you? Your injury has nothing to do with me. If you insist that I hit you, you can call the police." "Call the police?" Blake sneered. "You attacked me from a blind spot in the surveillance camera, and I have no evidence. Look how terrifying this lawyer is, using her legal knowledge to evade punishment. There's nothing I, an ordinary citizen who doesn't understand the law, can do against her. Aren't you afraid she'll switch sides for her own benefit by defending such a terrifying person? Don't end up like me, completely ripped off and with nowhere to turn for justice." After hearing what he said, Michael looked at Claire with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Seeing this, Claire quickly explained, "Michael, don't misunderstand. That's not true. He's deliberately trying to smear me. You know in your heart whether I've smeared you or not, Claire. Heaven is watching what people do. Someone like you who doesn't even have the most basic professional ethics will get their comeuppance sooner or later. You don't deserve to be a lawyer at all." After being interrupted by Blake, Michael weighed the pros and cons, picked up the documents on the table, said sorry to Claire, and turned to leave in a hurry. A fleeting look of smugness crossed Blake's eyes as he successfully sabotaged Claire's collaboration. Claire turned pale with anger. She glared at Blake, put away her laptop, and pulled Victoria away. Blake immediately stopped her, put on a pitiful expression, and pleaded, "Claire, give me 10 minutes. I have something to tell you." Claire was so disgusted that she didn't even want to look at him. "Get out of here." "Claire." Blake refused to let her leave. "I didn't mean to do this to you. I really had no choice but to do this. I like you so much. I want to be with you so much. That's why I did this. I think about you every day. I dream about seeing you. I'm not good with words and have low emotional intelligence, so I don't know how to say nice things, but if you give me a chance, I'll show you my sincerity and strengths, and you'll definitely fall for me. Claire, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance, okay? Are you sick in the head?" Claire couldn't take it anymore. "Go see a doctor. Stop causing trouble for others. You're not just bad at talking and have low emotional intelligence. You're ugly and don't even realize it." Blake was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. His face twisted and contorted in a grotesque manner, and he pointed at Claire and began to curse. "Fuck you, you filthy woman. Just because I flattered you a bit, you think you're some rich and beautiful woman? She's always carrying a bag and meeting with different men, claiming it's to discuss cases, but who knows what they're really up to behind the scenes. Don't think I don't know that women like you. On the surface you're just like chaste and virtuous women, but in bed you're the most lewd ever. When I'm rich, a woman like you won't even be worthy of kneeling down and licking my shoes." Claire doesn't swear, but after Blake's outburst, everyone around her was drawn to her. Her face turned bright red, and she opened her mouth to retort. Victoria then gently pulled her along. She stood in front of Claire and glanced at Blake. "Even if there's no mirror at home, there must be something to pee in, right? Take a look at yourself and see how disgusting you are with your shameless, clingy behavior." Victoria sneered coldly. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Doesn't he even know if he's worthy? The contemptuous look and disdainful tone instantly broke Blake's defenses. He grabbed a glass vase from the dining table and smashed it directly at Victoria's face. "I'll fucking kill you." Victoria shielded Claire and dodged to the side. The vase grazed past them and crashed onto the cashier counter not far away amidst the screams of the waiters. With a loud crash, the cash register computer fell to the ground. Victoria witnessed the whole thing. "It's all settled." The coffee shop manager called the police. Blake caused 5-figure losses to the coffee shop and was sentenced to 7 days of administrative detention for assault. Claire was still shaken when she left the police station after giving her statement. Upon receiving the news, Eric rushed over to take her home. As the father and daughter were leaving, Victoria, keeping something in mind, reminded Claire's father, Uncle Eric, negotiate with the coffee shop to copy the surveillance video of Blake hitting us today. It might come in handy later. After thinking for a moment, Eric nodded. Okay. After all that commotion, Victoria returned home after 10 p.m. The house was quiet. Leo and Rose were already asleep, and the study light was still on. Victoria took her pajamas and went to take a shower. When she came out of the bathroom, she found that Victor had entered the master bedroom and was sitting on the bed, sneakily going through her phone. Victoria raised an eyebrow, leaned against the bathroom door frame, and exclaimed, "Oh? Still not resting?" Victor immediately looked up, quickly hiding his phone behind his back, a hint of guilt in his eyes. "Stop hiding it, I saw everything." Victoria ruthlessly exposed his little scheme. "If you want to know something, just ask me directly. When have I ever lied to you?" After a brief moment of unease, Victor decided to give up and throw caution to the wind. He tossed his phone back onto the bed and demanded, "You've been going out a lot lately. I never see you. Where have you been? Didn't I say I was meeting up with friends for dinner?" "What kind of friend, male or female?" "A woman." Victor's eyes were full of sarcasm. "Victoria, do you really think I'm an idiot? I'm just injured, not blind. Do you think I can't tell if you're up to something?" Victoria was silent for a few seconds, then put on a serious expression. "Since you found out, I have nothing to say. I just made a mistake that any woman would make." "You?" Victor roared. "Victoria, don't go too far. We're not divorced yet." "Divorce? How could I bear to get a divorce?" Victoria walked to the dressing table, picked up the toner, poured it into her palm, and slowly patted it onto her face. Having one person at home to earn money and another understanding and sensible one outside, enjoying the bliss of having two is not just a dream for you men. Victor was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. "You shameless woman." "Tsk tisk." Victoria shook her head disapprovingly. "You can't say that. If we can eat our fill at home, who would go out to hunt for food? You're half paralyzed, and it's hard to say whether you can recover. I can't be left to live a life of widowhood at such a young age, can I?" Victor's chest heaved violently from the shock, and he grabbed an ornament from the bedside table and threw it at Victoria. But his movements were so stiff that he missed the object, and it smashed onto the vanity mirror. Not only was the mirror broken, but the bottles and jars on it were also scattered all over the floor. "What are you doing?" Victoria's face darkened, and she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards Victor. "Have I not disciplined you in too long? Are you itching for a beating?" Victor was stunned, and instinctively shrank back. "You cheated on me first, and now you want to hit me?" He had barely finished speaking when he received 2 loud slaps across the face. Victor was stunned, then covered his face and roared, "Victoria! You! Clap, clap, clap! You fucking! Clap, 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 clap! I! Clap, 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 clap!" Every time he tried to speak, Victoria would slap him twice, once on each side. After being hit more than a dozen times, Victor covered his swollen face, tears welling up in his eyes. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, but he dared not say another word. Victoria looked down at him and said, "Today is just a warning. If you make trouble for me over such trivial matters again, it won't just be a slap." Victor. In the days that followed, Victoria continued to go out every day. Sometimes she would spend the whole day at the boxing gym, sometimes she would go shopping to kill time, but most of the time she would go to see Claire. She soon discovered that someone was following and secretly filming her. She put some effort into disguising herself and successfully shook off the man, then counter-tracked him, watching him enter a detective agency. Looking at the slogan, "Professional at catching mistresses and investigating extramarital affairs," under the agency's sign, she could guess, with a snap of her fingers, who had paid this detective to come. Is Victor planning to gather evidence of her infidelity to deal with her? Unfortunately, the investigation results were destined to disappoint him. Victoria silently counted the days, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Victoria woke up naturally as usual, then put on makeup, changed into high heels, and gracefully went out the door. She had barely left when someone knocked on the door. Rose ran to open the door. Outside was a courier who delivered a document addressed to Victoria. Rose signed for the package on behalf of the recipient, then examined it closely, turning it over and over. "What is this?" Victor, who was sitting on the sofa soaking his feet in herbal medicine, said, "Let me see it." He took the document and, seeing that the sender was XX Administration for Industry and Commerce, a bad feeling rose in his heart. He quickly tore open the file bag, pulled out the contents, and read them. Instantly, his adrenaline surged, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. It was a new business license for the company he had founded, now managed by Ethan, with Victoria now listed as the legal representative. Those two scoundrels. Taking advantage of his injury, they secretly changed his company's name and transferred it to Victoria's name. What a brilliant move to cut off their supply lines. Victor stared intently at the business license, bloodshot eyes rising and his chest heaving violently. Rose was terrified by his fierce appearance. "Son, what's wrong? What happened?" Victor kicked over the foot bathtub and tore the business license to shreds. He staggered to his feet, dragged his stiff steps into the bedroom, rummaged through drawers and cabinets to find a small folding knife disguised as a lighter, then turned and went out to find Victoria. He wanted to kill this vile woman first and then kill Ethan. Neither of them will escape. On the other side, Victoria's car was parked downstairs in the residential area. She watched the courier finish delivering the package and then smiled slightly before starting the car and driving towards Claire's office. After setting up the scheme for so long, today is the day to close the net. To ensure everything goes smoothly, she needs to get there early. Upon arriving at the firm, Victoria didn't rush inside. Instead, she found Claire's car in the parking lot, circled the car, and quickly located the locator attached to the bottom of the trunk. She pried off the thumb-sized locator and put it in her bag. Victoria went in. She came frequently during this period, and the receptionist recognized her. Whenever she saw her, she would smile and say, "Attorney Claire is in a meeting. You'll have to wait a while today." Victoria nodded, pushed open the door to Claire's office, and sat down to wait. Half an hour later, the locator in the bag suddenly lit up. Victoria took it out and saw that the indicator light, which showed that the locator had reconnected to the signal, flashed. She immediately perked up and said, "Here we come." She got up and walked out of the office, pushed open the fire escape door of the firm building, and looked out the window of the stairwell. From this angle, she could see the parking lot downstairs. Sure enough, Blake's car was spotted among the crowd. Today was the day he was released from administrative detention. Given his vengeful nature, he would never let this humiliation go unpunished, and he would definitely come to find Claire as soon as he was released. She was right. Blake sat in the car, his hands gripping the steering wheel, staring intently at the entrance of the firm. Even from a distance, you could feel the oppressive atmosphere emanating from him and the resentment almost overflowing from his eyes. The fish has taken the bait. Victoria glanced at her watch. Now she was just waiting for another fish to take the bait so she could catch them all in one fell swoop. The moment the thought crossed her mind, her phone rang, and the caller ID showed Victor. Victoria slid down to answer the call. "Where are you?" Even with his best efforts to restrain himself, Victor's trembling voice still betrayed a hint of anger. Victoria pretended not to notice. At my friend's company, is there something wrong? Yes, send me the location, and we'll talk in person. Victoria paused for a moment and said, okay, I'll let you meet my friend while I'm at it, so you won't be so suspicious all the time. She gave the location of the firm, then went to the restroom, broke the GPS tracker, and flushed it down the toilet. After finishing all this, she returned to the office, just as Claire came in after finishing her meeting. I'm here, Claire said. I'm a bit busy today, so you might have to wait a while. I'll treat you to seafood after I get off work. It's all right. You go ahead with your work, Victoria said, rubbing her arms. Is the air conditioning in your office too high? I feel so cold. Cold? Claire asked in surprise. I didn't turn on the air conditioner. Do you have a cold? Upon hearing this, Victoria sneezed dramatically. Claire gave her a I knew it look and took a coat from the cabinet behind her and handed it to her. Mine, you can wear this first. My colleague has some cold medicine. I'll go ask her for 2 packets. After drinking the cold medicine, Victoria waited for 20 minutes before Victor called again. I'm here, get down. Okay. Victoria got up, used the office window as a mirror, tidied her hair and coat, and made sure that her back view looked 8 or 9 parts similar to Claire's before going downstairs. Victor was downstairs, and when he saw Victoria appear, his eyes almost blazed with fury. Victoria walked up to him and said casually, Speak, what do you want? Victor quietly reached into his pocket and touched the folding knife. His eyes were red, and his expression was both ferocious and restrained. Victoria, I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly, or you will bear the consequences. Victoria took in his subtle movements. Okay, go ahead. Did you sleep with Ethan? No. You're lying. Victor was trembling all over. He was clearer-headed than ever before, and he knew what he was doing. All he had to do was pull out his folding knife and slit the woman's throat, and she would be finished, and so would he. I'm not lying. Ethan is your brother and a good person. He wouldn't do anything to betray you. Victor reacted as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his hand holding the folding knife trembling uncontrollably. He wouldn't do anything to betray me? He transferred my company to your name, and you call that not betraying me? You 2 scoundrels, I'll kill you. Victor, I'll say it again. Ethan did not wrong you. Victoria reacted quickly, pressing down on his hand the moment he drew his folding knife, and forcefully locking the unfurled knife in his palm. From a distance, it looked as if she was holding Victor's hand, and the 2 were talking intimately. Not far away, Blake's eyes reddened at the sight. Claire. This woman has changed men one after another, but she never even glances at him. Anger and shame lingered in his heart. He started the car and drove towards her location, gradually accelerating. Since her eyes are on the top of her head, he might as well make sure she can never open them again. He did this to stop you from going astray. Otherwise, given our current situation, it would either be me killing you or you killing me. He didn't want to see you end up like that, so Go to hell. Victor interrupted Victoria viciously. Stop making excuses for him. Today it's either you or me. I will never let you go. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Victoria lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. When she looked up again, she revealed the same arrogant, all-encompassing, mocking expression that Victor was familiar with. Hearing the roar of engines approaching from behind, Victoria sneered, Is that so? She loosened her grip on Victor's hand, Then go die. After she finished speaking, she leaned back as if he had pushed her away and staggered back several steps. The next moment, a car sped by at 200 miles per hour, grazed Victoria's body and crashed directly into Victor. Victor's pupils contracted sharply. Bang! Bang! 2 loud crashes rang out in succession. The car struck Victor, and before it could brake, it crashed head-on into the firm building. Upstairs, Claire, who was in a meeting, was startled by the loud noise and shuddered. Everyone in the office dropped what they were doing and rushed to the window, craning their necks to look down. Upon seeing the situation downstairs, Claire suddenly covered her mouth. At the police station, after Victoria finished giving her statement, she and Claire sat on the rest chairs, both of them looking dazed. Victoria is faking it. Victor has just died, and in order to avoid trouble as much as possible, she needs to play the role of a woman who has just lost her husband and is still unable to recover from the shock of this fact. Claire was terrified. Although Blake is seriously injured and unconscious and is still in the hospital, the police investigated the traces at the scene, retrieved the surveillance footage from downstairs in the law firm, and combined it with Victoria's statement to basically reconstruct what happened. This was a case of manslaughter. Blake originally went for Claire, but by mistake, he mistook Victoria, who was wearing Claire's coat, for his target and tried to run her over with his car. Victor pushed Victoria away as the car rushed towards them, saving her life, but he himself was smashed to pieces and died on the spot. Claire never imagined that such a bloody and heinous event would almost happen to her. Both remained silent. Just then, a man staggered in from outside the police station. When he spoke, his voice was so hoarse it sounded like he was about to cry blood. "My son, where is my son?" Rose's eyes were bloodshot and her face was deathly pale. She grabbed a passing policeman, her hands trembling as if she were being shaken. After the police learned her identity, they took her to the morgue next door. A moment later, heart-wrenching cries came from inside. Victoria leaned back in her chair, her face expressionless. Shortly after, Rose was helped out by 2 policemen. Her legs were weak and she didn't even have the strength to stand up, but as soon as she saw Victoria sitting on the rest chair, she stumbled over and raised her hand to hit her. "You woman! Victoria, you killed my son. It must have been you who killed my son, right?" The police officer quickly stopped her. "Ma'am, please calm down. She was also a victim who almost got hit." "I don't believe it." Rose's face was covered in tears. She pointed at Victoria and cursed, "This woman abused my son and cheated on him. She got involved with my son's friend. These 2 conspired to take over my son's company. My son must have been killed by her." As she spoke, she grabbed the policeman's arm with her other hand. "Officer, she's a murderer. Investigate further. You'll definitely find evidence that she killed my son." Faced with Rose's accusations, Victoria sighed softly, her eyes red when she looked up. "Mom, I know you don't like me. Your unreasonable behavior at home has already put Victor in a difficult position. Now that he's gone, can't you let him pass away peacefully? Can't we talk about this at home?" "You." Rose was so angry at the woman's outburst of lies that her vision blurred, and she clutched her chest, barely able to breathe. "Victoria, you wait. You just wait. I won't let you get away with this." "Oh, right, I have evidence." As if remembering something, Rose quickly grabbed the policeman's arm. "Officer, I have evidence. My son suspected this woman of cheating on me, so he hired a private investigator to look into her. That private investigator must have evidence of her infidelity. The police are used to this kind of situation. Losing her son in her old age, the old lady couldn't bear such a shock. She turned her grief into resentment and anger, which she vented on her daughter-in-law, who already had many complaints about her. This is all too common." Just as he was about to say a few words to comfort Rose, Victoria took the initiative to speak up. "Why don't we call the detective over? If this matter isn't clarified, my mother will always have a knot in her heart." The police agreed and summoned Detective Jason. Detective Jason was shocked to learn of his employer's death. When questioned by the police about the results of his investigation over the past few days, he hesitated for a moment before handing over his phone and camera memory card. He followed Victoria for 5 or 6 days and took hundreds of photos. But after the police and Rose looked through the documents one by one, they found that Victoria had been either practicing boxing at the boxing gym or going shopping these days. She also went to the library and spent the rest of her time at the law firm. There was absolutely no truth to Rose's claim that she had affairs with men. Detective Jason truthfully stated, "Based on my investigation, Ms. Victoria did not commit adultery." "You're talking nonsense." Rose interrupted him sharply. "My son saw her flirting with Ethan with his own eyes. Otherwise, why would he ask you to investigate them? Confess honestly, were you bribed by this woman to deliberately use these photos to exonerate her?" Detective work is a gray area. It involves spying on other people's privacy. If the person being investigated pursues the matter and files a lawsuit, the detective will be held legally responsible. Detective Jason was already a little guilty about being summoned to the police station, and when Rose questioned him like this, he immediately became angry and said, "Are you questioning my professional competence? If I dare to say that, then I have definitely found more than just this." As he spoke, he took out several sheets of printed paper from his bag, which contained the WeChat chat history and phone call and text message exchanges between Victoria and Ethan that he had retrieved. "This is what we found using Ms. Victoria's ID card provided by your son. Take a look for yourself," Detective Jason said irritably. "I was going to give these things to your son today, but now that he's gone, you can look at them, pay the balance after you've finished looking." Rose carefully examined the papers. The WeChat chat history between Victoria and Ethan was brief, and the content was all about Victor, focusing on Victor's hospitalization. "How is brother Victor doing?" "Much better. I just took my medicine. I'm going over there now. I need him to sign a document." "Okay, I'll tell him." Call logs and text message exchanges are extremely rare, and their content is practically negligible. Based on these facts, it's clear that Victoria and Ethan, who were under investigation, did not have any ambiguous relationship. Rose refused to accept this evidence. She stared intently at Victoria. "Then tell me, if you have nothing to do with Ethan, why did he help you transfer my son's company and change the legal representative to you?" Victoria frowned, her expression full of helplessness. Didn't Victor bring this up himself? He was worried that his injury might not heal, and it wasn't right for Ethan to manage the company indefinitely, so he simply let me take over. He personally signed all the procedures for changing the legal representative. "Didn't he tell you about this?" Rose said angrily. "Lies." Victor only found out that the company had changed legal representatives when the business license was mailed to his home today. He was clearly tricked by you and Ethan. Victoria's eyes were filled with sorrow. "According to you, Ethan and I secretly transferred Victor's assets. Would I be so careless as to send something as important as the business license home and let you receive it?" "Mom, what good does it do you to frame me for murdering my husband? Are you really that jealous of me? Victor is gone. Do you want Leo to lose her mother too?" Rose was rendered speechless by her sharp tongue. Her finger pointing at Victoria trembled violently, her chest heaved, and her eyes bulged. After a while, she rolled her eyes and fainted from anger. After taking Rose to the hospital, Victoria prepared to go home to be with Leo. She had just left the hospital when she ran into Ethan, who had rushed over after receiving the news. His face was pale. When he saw Victoria, he pulled her aside and asked in a low voice, "Does brother Victor's accident have anything to do with you?" Victoria was stunned. She stared at Ethan for a few seconds, then covered her face and burst into tears at the hospital entrance. "Ethan, in your and your mother-in-law's eyes, am I already so audacious and heinous that I'm about to kill someone?" "Ethan, my mother-in-law made a scene at the police station for half a day because of this and revealed all the things that happened in the family." Victoria's tears streamed down her face. "To prove my innocence, I tore open my wound and showed it to them, bloody and raw. I barely managed to get through it, and now you're asking me this? Do you want me to show it to you again?" Ethan was at a loss for what to do when she cried, I didn't mean that. Please stop crying." Victoria stopped crying, but tears still streamed down her face. She choked out, "I know I have a history of wanting to die with Victor. It's normal for you to suspect me from his brother's perspective. But if you don't believe me, you should at least believe the police investigation results. How could a woman like me, who stays at home all year round doing nothing, possibly have the ability to kill someone and get away with it?" Ethan paused, and after learning of Victor's death, his chaotic mind regained some rationality. After careful consideration, he realized that he should trust the authority of the police. If Victor was really killed by Victoria, she wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to him right now. Thinking of this, Ethan felt a pang of guilt when he looked at the woman sobbing uncontrollably in front of him. "I'm sorry, it happened so suddenly, my mind was in a mess, and I suspected you without thinking it through. I apologize." Victoria wiped away her tears, her expression full of exhaustion. "Never mind. Leo is still at home. I have to go back and cook for him." Ethan quickly said, "I'll take you." "No need." Victoria refused, then looked at him hesitantly. Ethan asked, "What's wrong?" "I only found out that Victor suspected me of having an improper relationship with you when my mother-in-law made a scene at the police station. He had hired a detective to investigate me." Ethan's expression changed. "Although nothing has been found out, in order to avoid giving anyone a reason to criticize us, you should not see me except on essential occasions." Ethan nodded after a long pause. "Okay." Victoria stepped aside and drove away from the parking lot. As soon as the car was out of Ethan's sight, Victoria immediately put away her sorrowful expression and focused on driving with a blank face. Ethan helped organize Victor's funeral. Rose cried her heart out at the funeral and clung tightly to the urn, refusing to let it be buried. The funeral was only able to end smoothly after her relatives tried their best to persuade her, and she fainted again from crying. That night, Rose woke up in her bed at home. The surroundings were quiet, with only the electronic candles on the wall emitting a blood-red light. Thinking about her son's death, the company that had changed its legal representative, and the fact that all the family's cars, houses, property, and her son would belong to Victoria, Rose was so angry that she felt dizzy and almost vomited blood. She shakily got out of bed, went to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver and sharpened it on the whetstone for a long time, preparing to lie in wait behind the door and kill Victoria when she returned. She wants this woman to be buried with her son. With everything prepared, Rose looked at the Buddha statue on the wall, thought for a moment, walked over, lit an incense stick, and murmured to the Buddha statue, "May Buddha have blessed me so I could kill that vile woman. If the law can't punish her, then I will. She killed my son, and I will make her pay for it in blood." She prayed devoutly again, and solemnly placed the incense sticks into the incense burner. The next moment, the Buddha statue in the niche suddenly tilted forward and was about to fall over. Rose hurriedly caught it and found that the touch was wrong. She took out the Buddha statue, and when she realized that it wasn't a Buddha statue at all, but Leo's Ultraman toy, her eyes widened. The anger, grief, and despair that had been building up for days suddenly erupted, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. The world spun before her eyes, and Rose, holding Ultraman, collapsed to the ground with a thud. Rose suffered a stroke. She is paralyzed on one side, her eyes are slanted and her mouth is crooked, and she can't even speak. After staying in the hospital for more than a month and her condition improved, Victoria, who had to manage the company and take care of the children, was too busy to take care of her, so she sent her to a sanatorium. During this time, something happened to the Clares family. Blake survived after emergency treatment, but he was convicted of causing death by malicious intent, and a long trial and imprisonment await him. In an attempt to mitigate his responsibility, Liam and Jacob spread rumors that Blake's murder was due to circumstances and forced into a corner, trying to put pressure on the court through online public opinion. Just like in the previous life, Blake's family seized on the sensitive issue of gender antagonism and spread rumors that Claire did not date Blake and spend his money, drained his savings from more than 10 years of work, and dumped Blake after hooking up with a rich man, trying to portray Blake as an honest man who only had murderous intent when he was driven to desperation. Faced with the rumors, Eric produced the surveillance footage he had copied from the restaurant, revealing Blake's true identity to the public. "Fuck you, you filthy woman. Just because I flattered you a bit, you think you're some rich and beautiful woman? Don't think I don't know that women like you, who act like chaste and virtuous women on the surface, are the most lewd in bed. When I'm rich, a woman like you won't even be worthy of kneeling down and licking my shoes." Once the surveillance footage was disseminated, Blake's image as an honest man was instantly shattered. Claire wasn't idle either. She collected evidence of Blake's family's rumors and filed a lawsuit against them in court. Not long after, Blake's family sheepishly stepped forward and publicly apologized and never dared to cause trouble again. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Victoria took over the company as Victor's widow. Victoria was busy building her career and planned to save up some money to live comfortably until she was 60. So she left her little tag-along Leo to be taken care of by Henry and Nora, who had moved back home. That evening, Victoria received a call from the teacher, saying that Leo had gotten into a conflict with other children at the kindergarten. Victoria drove to the kindergarten and found that things were much more serious than she had imagined. Leo had somehow gotten hold of a lighter and burned the hand of a little boy in his class. Faced with the little boy crying with tears in his eyes, Leo remained expressionless, showing no remorse or guilt whatsoever. Victoria couldn't help but recall Leo from past and present lives. His parents were fighting in front of him, with blood splattering everywhere and shouts filling the air, but he was able to sit calmly on the sofa watching TV, as if he hadn't heard a thing. He seemed to be more than just numb to all of this. The boy's parents arrived at the kindergarten and were furious when they saw their son being bullied like this. They made a move to beat Leo. Victoria offered sincere apologies and high compensation, saying all the right things, before the other party reluctantly gave up. Pointing at Leo, they warned, "If there's a next time, see how we deal with you." Leo's face darkened. As they were leading the little boy away, Leo suddenly grabbed a plastic stool and smashed it against the back of the boy's head. "Go to hell." Victoria, who had been observing him, paused slightly. For a moment, she saw the shadow of Victor in Leo. She reacted quickly, kicking Leo to the ground. After being stunned for a moment, Leo looked up at Victoria with a look of resentment, as if he were looking at an enemy. Victoria did not let it go. She hurriedly apologized to the boy's parents, picked up the lighter on the ground, and dragged Leo away. Once in the car, Victoria used the seatbelt to strap Leo to the child's seat in the back, pulled out his arm, rolled up his sleeve, and lit a lighter to burn the back of his hand. Leo was burned and screamed as he struggled. Victoria pressed him down and scalded him 5 or 6 times, until Leo finally cried out in pain. "Does it hurt?" Victoria asked. Leo bit his lip, unwilling to answer. Victoria lit a lighter in front of him, making a gesture to continue. Leo was so frightened that he shrank back desperately, crying out, "It hurts. Mommy, it hurts. The classmate you burned is in pain too." Victoria said sternly, "Why did you burn him with a lighter?" Leo hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "I don't like him." As soon as he finished speaking, Victoria burned the back of his hand again. Leo screamed, "It hurts. It hurts. I've already answered you. Why are you still burning me?" "Because I don't like you either." Leo was stunned. "So, do you think I'm being unreasonable?" Victoria said coldly. "The child you burned felt the same way. You feel wronged and sad now, just like you did when you bullied him." Leo, if you don't like that classmate, you can stop talking to him or playing with him, but you can't hurt him. He doesn't owe you anything. Victoria warned, "Violence won't solve anything. You might not understand this now, but Leo, if you ever dare to lay a hand on your classmates for no reason again, if you hit them once, I'll hit you twice. If you burn their hands, I'll put your whole arm on the grill and roast it." Leo shuddered in fright, tears welling up in his eyes. "Did you understand?" He nodded and whispered, "I understand." Victoria then put away the lighter, adjusted the seatbelt binding him to the normal position, and turned to the driver's seat. Victoria looked up and saw Leo, who was sitting in the back seat with his arms crossed and looking aggrieved, in the rearview mirror. A sapling won't grow straight if it's not pruned. She might not be able to straighten Leo right away, but that's okay. She has another 30 years to slowly teach him how to be a person. 30 years later, Victoria passed away peacefully in her sleep, leaving this world with no regard. Leo cried softly in the back seat the whole drive home, clutching his burned hand to his chest. When they got inside, Victoria didn't say a word. She took out the first aid kit, sat Leo at the kitchen table, and gently applied burn ointment to the angry red marks on the back of his hand before wrapping it carefully in clean gauze. Leo sniffled as he watched her. "Mommy," he said quietly, "why didn't you just yell at me like Grandma Rose used to?" Victoria tied the bandage and looked at him. "Because yelling doesn't teach you anything," she said. "It only teaches you to be afraid." Leo thought about that with the deep seriousness only a 4-year-old could manage. "Are you afraid of anything?" Yes, Victoria said without hesitation. I'm afraid of you growing up to be someone who hurts people and thinks it's normal. Leo stared at his bandaged hand for a long moment. I'm sorry, he said finally. It was small, but sincere, nothing like the empty apologies he had repeated at kindergarten. I really hurt him, didn't I? Yes, Victoria said gently. You did. Will he be okay? He'll heal, she said. Just like you will. The next morning, Victoria took Leo back to the kindergarten. In his hands was a small gift bag. Inside was a toy he had chosen from his own shelf, not something bought from a store, but something that mattered to him. The boy he had hurt, Daniel, looked at Leo with wary 4-year-old suspicion. Leo held out the toy. I'm sorry I burned you, he said without prompting. It was wrong. This is my favorite car. You can have it. Daniel looked at the toy. Then at Leo. Does it make the sound? He asked. Yes, Leo said. And the lights work too. In the way of small children, the matter was settled. Leo didn't become a different person overnight. He was still a difficult child, guarded, quick to anger, slow to trust. And Victoria was not a perfect mother. Some evenings she came home too tired to be patient. Sometimes she snapped when she should have listened. Sometimes she sat on the bathroom floor for 10 minutes just to study herself before going back out to face him. But she always went back out. She enrolled Leo in a children's martial arts class, giving his restless energy somewhere to go and his body the discipline his mind hadn't learned yet. She made sure they ate dinner together every night, even when work made it difficult. She answered his questions honestly, even the ones that hurt. When he was 6, he asked why his father wasn't there. Victoria set down her chopsticks and told him the truth in the careful way you tell a child the truth, that his father had made choices that hurt people, that those choices had consequences, and that none of it was Leo's fault, and none of it had to be Leo's future. Did he ever hurt you? Leo asked. Yes. Leo sat quietly for a while. Then he said, I don't want to be like him. Victoria nodded. I know, she said. That's why I'm not going to let you be. Henry and Nora moved into the spare room when Leo started primary school. Henry, despite his quick temper, turned out to be surprisingly good at helping Leo with homework, with very little shouting. Nora made soup every Sunday, and every single Sunday Leo declared it the best thing he had ever tasted. The apartment was loud, a little chaotic, and always full of life. Victoria discovered, to her surprise, that she didn't mind at all. Claire became Leo's unofficial aunt. She appeared at birthdays and holidays with extravagant gifts and terrible life advice that Victoria immediately corrected, much to Leo's amusement. Claire won a major case when Leo was 7 and took the whole family out to celebrate. She won an even bigger one when he was 9. By the time Leo turned 12, she had opened her own firm. You should come work for me one day, she told him. I'll pay you very well. I want to be a doctor, Leo said. Claire looked at Victoria. Victoria shrugged. A doctor, Claire said. Fine. I'll still pay you well. Over the years, the scars on Victoria's wrists slowly faded from dark wounds to thin silver lines, and eventually to marks that were easy to miss unless you knew where to look. She never tried to hide them. When Leo was old enough to ask, she showed him. She told him what they meant, what they had cost her, and why she had chosen to keep living. You could have given up, Leo said. He was 16 then, already taller than her. A lot of people would have. Victoria met his eyes. I had things I wanted to protect. Leo hesitated. Like me. Like you, she said. And your grandparents. And myself. She held his gaze. Never forget that last one. Leo grew up to become a pediatric surgeon. He wasn't an easy man, still guarded, still slow to trust, with a temper he had learned to keep firmly under control. But he was a good one. His patients adored him. His colleagues respected him. His wife, a sharp-tongued ER nurse who laughed at all his jokes and tolerated none of his nonsense, once said at a family dinner that she had never met anyone who worked so hard just to be kind. Across the table, Victoria caught Leo's eye. He gave her a small, quiet nod. She nodded back. The grandchildren arrived as twins. Victoria considered this both a blessing and a punishment for something she must have done in a previous life. They were pure chaos, and she loved them instantly. Henry, 83 and still opinionated, taught them how to fish. Nora made them soup. Claire bought wildly inappropriate gifts and refused to apologize for it. Victoria taught them other things. She taught them that someone who makes you afraid is not someone who loves you. She taught them that the world can be cruel, and that cruelty is never the answer. And she taught them, slowly and imperfectly, the same way she had learned everything herself, that life does not have to end in a pool of blood on a living room floor. Victoria lived to be 81. She slept well for decades, and she passed quietly in her sleep one early spring night in the house Leo had bought for her, with the window cracked open the way she liked. In the morning, Leo came to bring her breakfast. He found her peaceful, just as she would have wanted, with the faint scent of jasmine drifting in on the breeze. He sat beside her for a long time. He thought about the woman she had been when he was small, fierce, wounded, frightening, and always there. He thought about every dinner she insisted they share, about a burned hand, a lighter, and an apology she had made him truly mean. He remembered the way she had said, "I had things I wanted to protect," and the way she had looked at him when she said it. "Thank you, Mom," he said softly. The jasmine drifted through the window. And somewhere, wherever the next place might be, Victoria rolled up her sleeves, found no scars on her wrists, and smiled. Thank you for reading till the end. If this story moved you, share it with someone who needs to hear it. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow for more stories like this.